to sow the seed, but we still suffering in pain. And the children feeling the strain. I wake up in the morning and there's unemployment. I can't take that. Wake up in the morning and there's more retrenchment. I can't take that. When they go just stop all this humiliation, I can't take that. I wake up in the morning and there's more frustration. I can't take that. No, ain't taking that. So people ain't taking that. 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 Cry from the belly of the nation. You mash me corn and you cause aggravation. Life under poverty is endless agony. And after all that we sacrifice, dog eat we dinner and we pay the price. But we must get justice today, so we children could see the way. Hey, wake up in the morning and there's unemployment. I can't take that. Wake up in the morning and there's more retrenchment. I can't take that. When they go to stop all this humiliation, I can't take that. Wake up in the morning and there's more frustration. I can't take that. No, ain't taking that. So people ain't taking that. 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 Give us this day our daily bread, because a hungry man is an angry man. Wake up in the morning and there's unemployment. I can't take that. Wake up in the morning and there's more retrenchment. I can't take that. When they going to stop all this humiliation, I can't take that. Wake up in the morning and there's more frustration. I can't take that. No, ain't taking that. So people ain't taking that. 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 Ring the bell, ring the bell. Ring the bell down there. Ring the bell, ring the bell. Ring the bell down there. Ring the bell for justice. Ring the bell down there. Ring the bell for culture. Ring the bell down there. Ring the bell for freedom. Ring the bell down there. I said to ring up the bell for the rhapsody. Ring the bell down there.
Video
Ring it all over. Ring it all over. Ring it all over. Ring it all over. Hey. Come on, brother leader. Look, it's high time that you summon up the power. This time, boss it in the air bell. Well, look, I have a story to tell. Well, it's a long time now we fighting for freedom. Victory bound to come. Assemble the people, we sight up the mission. Let me rock the rhapsody rhythm. Oh, I ring the bell, ring the bell. Ring the bell down there. Ring the bell, ring the bell. Ring the bell down there. Ring the bell for justice. Ring the bell down there.
So I put them 1 and 2 in order for them or no?
Ring the bell down there. Ring the bell for freedom. Ring the bell down there. I said to ring up the bell for the rhapsody rhythm. Ring the bell down there. Ring it all over.
South cultural.
Ring it all over.
When carnival come, I just feel so glad. I just leave me home, fly down to Trinidad. For some love this thing they call
order they coming in? Incorrect order. Gotcha. So Shadi Hinson first, and everybody else back to order.
The present look of the world today is dim. And if we don't take heed, my friend, the chance is slim. Conflict and war, like nobody cares anymore. Is there no peace? Will this slaughter ever cease? Whoa, there must be a way, and we got to find it today, and let there be harmony. Live life in unity. There must be a way. I say, there must be a way. It seems man's basic aim is destruction. And nuclear is his deadliest invention. Could we stamp down on all that is humanly wrong? Each creed and race must find an equal place. Whoa, there must be a way, and we got to find it today, and let there be harmony. Live life in unity. There must be a way. I say, there must be a way. And now we face the threat of starvation. And haven't yet got rid of racialism. No, no. Use and abuse, and the human rights are refused. Justice must be what it was made out to be. Whoa, there must be a way, and we got to find it today, will no longer have to roam Trinity to the bone. Trinity to the bone. The problems we have are plain to see. We prove we could stand the scrutiny. All and all have true democracy. How we vote is not how we party. There's no place like home, some people say. Though some have to leave to make their way. But in your hands I know their destiny. To come home and big up the country. Sweet, sweet TNT. Lord, how I love of this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Sweet, sweet TNT. Lord, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can't be good for me. From Cuba to Signal Hill, Arima to Charlottesville, Matlock down to Port of Spain. Yeah, yeah. We playing my son or rain. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Style just change, man rearrange, that gun clear. Cause nothing can compare to a Trini rising. Oh, no, no. Oh, nothing can compare to a Trini rising. No, 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 no. As crazy as we might seem to be, we still fight to be a family. Indian, African, or a Chinese, Syrian, French, Creole, or Portuguese. We blessed with a spirit fiery. Some people say God is a Trini. Sweet woman parade abundantly. Now the problem is plain to see. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. There's no place on earth I'd rather be. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can't be good for me. Westmoreland to Los Road. From Sando to Mayaro. From Pina to Grand River. Sweetness in abundance everywhere. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can't be good for me. No, 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 no. Say we want just not a place I know better. Come for all the day. So we want I would love my country forever. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we say welcome, welcome, welcome to the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition, the Literature Finals. We have such an entertaining program this afternoon. We have the finals of poetry and the spoken word with 11 competitors. We have short story with 9 competitors. And of course, we have village chat with 8 competitors. And it is so wonderful to be here as we celebrate 60 years of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition. As you know, we started way back in 1963 after Dr. Eric Williams, when we achieved independence. He went on a Meet the People tour, and all the villagers came out with their handicraft, entertainment, and of course food. And this gave our then Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, the idea that, hey, we need to create a platform for our villagers to showcase all that they have. And that gave birth to the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition way back in 1963. Since then, the program has evolved tremendously, and so many other categories have been added. And this afternoon, you're going to be treated to one of the newer categories. This was introduced maybe about 10 years ago, where we are emphasizing literature. And we emphasize, in most cases, people write what they're coming to say, the poetry, spoken word, and sometimes they adapt the short stories or they even write theirs. And village chat, this is so interesting because it involves not just one person but 5 persons, and they come together, they discuss something which is topical, and the judges have the task of deciding who the winners are. So we are right here at Nallis, Abercrombie Street, Port of Spain. You know what, viewers? If you have time, feel free to come down and really take in what is going to take place this afternoon. So welcome to all our viewers. This is the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition celebrating 60 years. And we look forward to another 60 years. And you know, to ensure that we have a cadre of young performers who will move up and become members of the senior groups in their community. We also have the only non-competitive area of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. That is the Junior Best Village, where we cater for children between the ages of 8 and 17. We have camps. The camps run for 10 days. There they are taught music, dance, drama, drumming, culinary arts, and handicraft or art and craft, and that culminates with a grand extravaganza. This year is going to take place on Friday the 28th of July at Skinner Park, starting at 9 a.m. We have 10 camps, 1 camp in each county, 10 camps, and we culminate Friday 28th of July. Come on down to Skinner Park from 9 a.m. till about 4 p.m. and you are going to see all that these young children have learned in those camps, which will enable them to move up to the senior groups in their community, because we are concerned about the development, the preservation, and the continuation of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. So welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this afternoon's literature finals, poetry and spoken word, short story, and of course, village chat.
Take your seats. 1, 2. Mrs. Veronica Henry McDonald, BVO2 for St. George West. Welcome. Please welcome. Some welcome remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand for the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Remain standing for our prayer by Mrs. Malika MacDonald, Best Village Officer 2 for St. George West.
All heads bowed and eyes closed. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your goodness, your mercy, and your love. Thank you for bringing each and every one of us here safely. We pray for a good competition where everything will be done in order and decency. We pray, oh God, for all those who are on their way, that you will hasten their footsteps and bring them safely. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Malika. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of the program manager of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition, Mrs. Loris Leasing, the program coordinator of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition, Mr. Augustine Francis, we say welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you to this afternoon's finals of literature. We have poetry and spoken word, short story, and village chat. I am Gemma Jordan, and with me is...
Good afternoon, everyone. Ria Simono Geese, and I'm going to be with you all in front here today. And we want to welcome and have some welcome remarks from the program manager for Best Village Unit, Mrs. Loris Martin Leasing.
Real chin up, boy, real chin up. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for the dramatic literature. The literature final, not dramatic literature. That was yesterday. For the literature finals here at the National Library and Information something with an S. Systems, yes, okay, all right. We chose a small, intimate space at the library. We felt it was a fit setting for literature, and it's so nice to see a full house. I want to say a special welcome to our participants, our competitors from Tobago. We know that this is a big effort for you guys. Not only do you have to do the same work as all of our other competitors who spend months preparing to compete in this competition, but you also have to do it under a lot of travel duress. So we do appreciate you being here. To all our competitors, congratulations on making it to the finals. You are in the top 10 spoken word and poetry performers in Trinidad and Tobago. That is quite a feat. Both categories were very competitive with many, many, many entries. So it's wonderful that we've distilled it down to the finest, and I think we're going to have a great show today. I am very excited about the Village Chat, which is our last category, where we're going to be, discussing some of the main themes and issues going on in our society today. This is our 5th Best Village event this week. We had our folk music finals on Tuesday and Wednesday at Queen's Hall. We had our St. George East and St. Andrew St. David Village Olympics yesterday morning in the Arima enclosure. And we had the dramatic literature final yesterday at Naparima Bowl. It's been a busy week, yes. And now today we are here at Nalis, and I could not be more pleased to see your beautiful faces. So, without any further ado, let's get the show going. Thank you to our judges, our hardworking Best Village staff, and of course, our venue at the National Library and Information Systems. Have a good show.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Loris Leasing, Program Manager of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Simi, I am leaving you in here because I am going to go out there to do the live stream. So for those of you who are here, if you have friends and family at home who are unable to be here, tell them to go on the ministry's Facebook page and they can see all that is happening here on the live stream. So Simi, my darling, it's all yours in here while I'm out there. Once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and please enjoy your afternoon with us.
So before we begin, we made note of the fact that we have some lovely judges with us today, and I just wanted to point them out or make note of them. So we have with us, if you can just give us a little wave, Richard Braffett, right? Zariah Pegas, Crystal Fortune, Anil Ruknarain, Ronnie Williams, and Oretta Allen. Can we give our judges a round of applause? They have some hard work ahead of them with our first category, which is poetry, spoken word. And our first contestant, our first participant for the evening, her name is Sade Hinkson, and she's coming to us from Caroni North. And the name of her presentation is Voice of Resilience. Voice of Resilience is a slam poetry that encapsulates the struggle from the motherland, Africa, onto the Middle Passage and eventually to Trinidad. This poem speaks on the most significant part of the struggle, having faith that you'll see better days. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome Sade Hinkson to the stage.
For when they wonder why I return, for when they wonder why I still try, here's to hoping that this helps them to understand that I am the voice of resilience. Because God, I have been patient. A kind of patience you unearth when you've been tested by the devil one too many. A kind of patience you earn from all the obstacles of life. when you upheaved me from my place in the world. For 9 months, I traveled in your ship. I stood up on the shores of this island, watching up to the hills, singing chants of praise, but begging my God to help me see my way. But I've persevered through it all. From the moment I came out of the belly of your ship, the day I stood in front of you, all whipped for my smart mouth, you called it. I called on to my God for justice. You have blood on your hands, and you can't tell if it's yours or mine, but from the moment you brought me into your world, our lives have been mixed and twisted until my blood became yours, and your blood was forced into mine. You have thrown me into hurricanes. After hurricanes, you brought me here. You threw me into situations I wasn't even capable of understanding, but I look to the heavens, and I am going to stand up. Take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. I pray for better days, and when they ask what resilience is, I tell them it is me. I am a woman forged from the love of liberty, striving to make it in this world that you say is full of possibilities. But because of how you see me, it is impossible to be me. I have been melted down from what I could have been. You took my sizzling hot potential. You molded me into what you wanted to see, hammering your ideals until you saw the results you willed me to be. When you saw that I became dull, you sharpened my edges, but never sharp enough to cut you. When you thought I was about to soar, you clipped my wings. You called me intelligent, but only for a girl. Call me intelligent, but only for a black girl. Call me intelligent, but only for the material things you see. When you said opportunities are limitless in this new world, you lied. You smiled only with your teeth. I looked into your eyes, and all I saw was deceit. All I heard was defeat. And as you whipped me back into shape, back into your perfect mold, I look into the heavens. You see, my ancestors guide me. They see me. They push me away from the shackles I have been born into and lead me away from you. God says that I am always with him, and he is always with me, yet to have forsaken or leave. So if you think your careless words or merciless whippings will break the person that I am meant to be, God be with you.
We started off with a bang there with Shadi.
Oh, yes, and we just had our very first competitor in our poetry spoken word category. Just to let you know that they have a minimum of 3 minutes and a maximum of 4 minutes for their piece. So momentarily we will have our competitor, Shadi. And Shadi is going to come and tell us all about her inspiration for the piece that she just performed. I know she just did a spoken word piece. So once again, viewers, we're right here at Nalis. Come on down. It's the finals of our literature, poetry, spoken word. And here she comes. Hi, Shadi. Good afternoon. So, what's the name of the piece that you just did for us? I did The Voice of Resilience. Did you write it yourself? What was your inspiration?
Well, I was a Cape student, and I did Caribbean studies, and while I was doing lessons and classes and stuff, my teacher, they were reciting all the things that happened to our ancestors, and I felt really motivated. I was like, no, I can't believe all this happened, and most of us are blind to what happened. We don't even know the struggle.
So actually it was a learning experience for you. All right, so nice chatting with you, Shadi. All the best as we go now to our next competitor. Thank you so much, Shadi.
Baby, I love you. Come, let me lock down that sexy body like COVID-19 now. Wham! Like you forgetting this is a man's world. In an alternate universe, there'd be a world where I wouldn't be scared to wear the clothes in my closet, nor would fear lend its wings to my feet so I could flee, seek refuge in a street closest to me. Because the large guy I replied hello to saw it fit to follow me, with death hounding swiftly. In another universe, I'd have no need to curse the geriatric who sees me as a condiment and still orders me to smile now, baby girl. Because to him, that was just a compliment. And he should have been left in a condom. And as if the contorted menus of positions he just hurled at me wouldn't make even R. Kelly repent. In another universe, no would mean no and not try to convince me. Why do I need to claim a boyfriend that is imaginary? Or be forced to react as the bootleg Wolverine, keys clenched tightly between my fingers cause my dress was a little above my knees? Long jeans and a tee, burqa or a sari, we still never asked for this. Big man, I said no. But in this world, many stories are told, but silenced by ladies must be seen and not heard. From ever again? Considered a playground as you try to grab my attention like monkey bars. But when my hips swing from left to right, that is not an invite for the seesaw eyes of the guys to scrutinize my body. Because to you, it's otherworldly. It makes me sick to see you view Venice as commodities. In this world, objectification and personification both sing the same song. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. I am a woman, I am a human, and I am tired. Tired of the silent symphonies orchestrated into melodies of heaven, simply depending on who's holding the gun. So swallow. Since I can't contain what they say, I am to blame. Even when I choose not to entertain, I still get called out of my name. Like B, for baby, if I make a mistake and smile a little too politely at your good morning, sweetie. Or B, ITCH, if I ignore you and walk straight. Why is this my reality? You more concerned about stacking bodies than stacking money, not even a first citizen's neo-destiny to your name? In this world, more people would know that a perpetrator can face at minimum a fine of $2,000 and a 6 months in prison under the Trinidad and Tobago's Offenses Against a Persons Act. So women, if you ever feel harassed or attacked, remember to record, because in this man's world, women go missing. Thank you.
And we just had our second competitor in the poetry spoken word category. Remember, they have a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 4 minutes in this category. And she is, I must let you know, the reigning Miss Lorraine Rivet from the county of St. Patrick West. So she will be with us momentarily. I looked at her piece. It's so topical, and it describes what many females have to endure on a daily basis, either when they are too polite or when they reject the advances of their male counterparts. So we are awaiting now our Miss Lorraine Rivet, competitor number 2, Tanika Francois, as she comes to chat with us. And we are here at Nallis again. Literature finals, we have our poetry spoken word, then we have our short story, and that will be followed by our final category, village chat. So she's making her way towards us. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers, again, it is our pleasure to celebrate 60 years of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition right here at Nallis in Port of Spain with the finals of literature. Yesterday we had actually the dramatized literature. We had a Nancy skit, carnival characters, and today now we are having poetry, spoken word, and village chat. So we are going to go stateside now for competitor on number 3.
From St. George East.
I am the most beautiful girl in the world. Watch my smooth skin and watch my curls. Watch my eyes and watch my lips. Watch my caramel complexion, watch my hips. Watch my smile and watch my form, and with all of that, I still get on. And even though I still feel pain, I'm still vain. And people complain I'm not right in my brain, and I might be insane. But you see me, I am clever. I know how to stay young and beautiful forever. Cause I met a charming man with a plan. He hold my hand, he say, "Ma'am, let we make a deal." He pull out a book and say, "Look, sign here so I know it real." He said he would keep me looking like fine wine with a dress and a hat to be full of class. And when I walk into the moonlight, everyone will be watching me pass. He said I could put men under a spell, and that man who on me, I could get my revenge. Send him to hell where he will dwell and beg to be set free, cause he hurt me so badly. He was with my sister, my cousin, and I found out he was married. And I got past them straight and gave me all the good looks and perks, and this man was still go after the crutch. In a skirt, he clearly too hot. And I don't understand how I could be so nice, and he could do this to me. It's just lies after lies, and now I am lonely. We were going to ride off into the eternal bliss with a kiss, but something I missed. So I'm going to sign this book and throw him off a cliff. Yes, I know exactly what I will become. And any man who likes to horn, I will hunt you down. Make you fall into a river, be lost and never to be found. Have you confused for so? Have you going round and round so? I will not be a good girl who gone bad, but a good girl who gone mad. Cause I have to be mad to sign this book with my blood. But it's a pain in me, have me raging like a flood. Cause he will pay, not with cash, links, or check. But check how he will regret, cause now I am a wreck. And you can say what you want and I'm bitter. I don't care. I'm going to hand that charming man this book with my signature. And as I'm looking into the crowd and seeing who man had done with shame, and who watching in front of the corner of the eye saying, "I should hurry up and leave." Well, this is intended for you. So go ahead, whisper in his ears. You feel like vex? Hold your wife now. You will surely see me when I turn a larger bless.
Okay, viewers, I am so happy to have with me the reigning Miss Lorraine Rivet, Tanika Francois from, is it Vance River? What's
Vance River Community Council.
And it's so good to see that even though you are the reigning Miss Lorraine Rivet, you are still performing. Tell us about the piece that you just did. Did you write it?
Yes, I did. It's an original composition. And I actually got this inspiration from just walking down the road and being catcalled. So at some point I was like, I don't think I've ever heard someone written about being catcalled before. So I took it upon myself to write something, and I researched, well, what can be done when someone is constantly harassing you. And apparently there is a law that was passed a while ago that a perpetrator, once you have evidence that this person is continuously harassing you, even on the street or in a workplace, that person can be fined or even go to jail.
Oh, that is so good. So you're saying that Best Village has inspired you to research,
yes,
and it inspired your piece. So thank you so
Yes,
much,
it did.
Tanika, for being with us, and all the best in your category,
Thank
poetry and
you.
spoken word, and be the beautiful Miss Lorraine Rivet that you have been so far.
Thank you.
And as we continue now, our competitor just came off stage. This is Jaylene Jenkins. Jennings, and you are from St. George East. Which group are you with?
Well, I'm currently representing my school, St. Augustine Secondary.
All right. Oh, St. Augustine Secondary. It's so good to have the schools in Best Village. Tell me all about the piece you just did inside there.
Well, it is Elijah Bless' backstory, what propelled her to the character that she is right now. It all stems from her heartbreak.
Oh, so our folklore has been brought to life on the Best Village stage.
Everyone has a backstory, yes.
Definitely. And we know the Elijah Bless, huh? So where's your cow foot?
Well, I'm not Elijah Bless as yet.
Not yet.
It's my backstory.
Okay, so thank you so much, my darling. All the best. And we go stateside now for contestant number 4. Thank you.
Gunman Coward, how dare you stand to beat your chest and call yourself a man with a rifle, a pistol, an AKA in your hand? Gunman Coward, how many more must die in this senseless game of killing, where you feel like the hero, but innocent children's blood is spilling? Gunman Coward, how many scores do you really need to settle? Is there no other way? Can't you use your fists? Or don't you have real muscles? Gunman Coward, it's time you stood your ground. Don't be the scapegoat for reprisal killings. Man, don't make yourself a clown. For after the dust, the smoke, and the empty shells, you still must run away. For those sirens now approaching tells you John Law is not coming to play. So you run away with the clip in your hand. And guess what? You know, you still think you're the Dan. But can't you see? Can't you see you're just a part of the devil's bigger plans? Gunman Coward, you're a scapegoat in the game, a feeble image of a man, a tout. Oh, geez, what a shame. Gunman Coward, it's time you opened up your eyes. Don't be the stooge. Time to throw away this disguise. Don't join no killing bandwagon. For what, a grand? Look to the east and behold the rising of the sun. Take back your life. Otherwise, you'll always be on the run. For no peace or joy shall pass your way. And the shelling of those guns, well, they'll torment you every day. Gunman Coward, I'm pleading with you. Put down the guns, my brother. Learn to love one another. Just as it's written in this book of life. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not rob, neither shalt thou make strife. So, no more killing or spilling of blood. It's high time, and it's long overdue. Do it now. Do it before the next coward gunman comes looking for you.
Thank you, Shamila Nichols.
And we are here. It's the finals of the poetry spoken word category of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition, celebrating 60 years. And we just had competitor number 4, and she's from the Shaquille School of the Performing Arts. She will be chatting with us momentarily. What I have noticed is that many of these competitors have written their own piece. From Shaquille. Hi, is Shamila, is it? Nicholas? Come right here. Yes, hi, welcome, my darling.
Thank you.
So tell us all about your piece.
Okay, so
It's on, yes.
okay, so my piece is entitled Gunman Coward. Reason being, in my community of Blake Avenue, in Sandy Grande, we've been having a spate of killings, unnecessary, innocent blood spilling. I lay in my bed a couple months ago, I think it was January, bullets ringing for almost 5 minutes. In the morning, a 6-year-old girl was killed.
Oh.
So I was traumatized and I felt so broken because what can we do physically?
Yes.
So I inspired myself and I said I have to write about it.
Well, I am so
And
glad that you
this
did,
was
because
good.
here it is, you are in the finals, and you have written about a piece which is affecting, we can say, all of us in Trinidad and Tobago,
it is.
the gun violence. And I love the name of the piece, Gunman
Gunman
Coward,
Coward, yes.
because it's surprising when they are on the other end of the gun, how they beg for their lives.
Exactly.
So thank you so much, my dear.
You are welcome.
And
It's
all the
awesome.
best. And we go stateside now for contestant number 5.
Walking around with a blank canvas, living with no substance, nervous of not being able to live in your purpose, sounds pretty dull. Henry David said, "This world is but a canvas to our imagination. This world is our canvas, but the arts is our world, so we paint it. Dancers tell a story with their body, and music is made to transmit creativity and innovation like a singer's lines or a poet's rhymes. A world without art is a world without no color, and with no color we can discover that the art is a baby waited to be loved eternally, but personally, they run together, fading into nothingness. And between nothingness and eternally, the baby that is art may as well be why we have diversity. The sheep separated from the goat. The untalented controlled by a remote, and the talented, well, we don't get promoted. Only artists understand how life will be so gray and dark. Life without love is life without art. When life and art collide, it forms the perfect marriage, full of passion, horn, and love. And we had to leave our job to be torn into pieces of paper that we once wrote a story or powerful poetry, typical Srini always asking me. So, what's your career? An answer, I'm an artist. No, but like, what's your real career? As if we have no color, some have no culture because English becomes hard. So why do you disregard the strokes of the pen or pencil in my hand, and it doesn't do the same as you sit in your office and plan every innovative idea you give to your boss, and you're happy with the 8 to 4, but because I dance across the floor, I need to do more? Life without movement is still uncontent. No music, no prose, no blister on toes, no broken-hearted dancers, no shows, but they calling me every Monday morning to point a little toe.
pay we next to nothing, since we have to settle for exposure. But your art is a contribution to society, so why turn a cold shoulder when I's the one who have to put money on the table so I don't starve from hunger? But you ate that performance up, yet my belly and my hand ready to abrupt, so we paint, without knowing what the picture will come out. Every artist dips their own brush in their own soul and create their own nature of their picture with the perfect mixture of fear of failure and no exposure. It creates the perfect texture for the bristles to fall out and we dry up like a drought. No tool for cultural exchange, expression, or education. Lack of motivation, no identification. So who are we without this artistic foundation? So when I say that life is art, I meant the situation. Just as the colors collide, we too fade into nothingness. And we are the thin line of settling for less and successfulness. Obviously, the world will be so dark without art. Close your eyes. That is life without art. Imagine darkness, the abyss of each day. They try to discredit or get away from reality, but their mentality affects their ability to see that this is why we have our sanity from the world that is so insane, and the only thing that will remain is a lost memory of something that has made us humane, and eventually we fade. Thank you.
Michaela Morris, Sanwo South Cultural Organization, well represented here today. And really and truly, what would we be?
And of course, our judges are looking at articulation, presentation, impact, use of the voice, use of your body in terms of the gestures, your facial expression. So this is very interesting because we know that it is spoken word and poetry, and your voice is so important. Welcome, my darling. What's your name?
Thank you. My name is Michaela Morris.
And you're representing?
San Juan South Cultural Organization.
All right. So your piece was about what?
Basically artists being respected in the industry, and that we too deserve respect.
I agree with you 100%. Did you write it yourself?
Yes, I did.
What inspired you? Experience or just hearing what other people have been saying?
Definitely experience.
What have you experienced that made you recognize that artists need to be respected?
A lot of people have been saying, as I want to become an artist myself, they said that it's not a real job, it's not a real career. So I think that putting it into a piece says a lot.
Yeah, have people told you, Gail, get a real job?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why they figure that only the academics is a real job when there is so much of a future in the visual and performing arts.
Yeah.
So I am happy that you are voicing what must maybe every artist feels, that we have value and our talents need to be respected.
Right.
So thank you so much, my darling.
Thank
and
you.
All the best. It's poetry and spoken word.
Thank
you so much. Viewers, we go back to the stage.
Don't stop watching me now, boy. Don't keep my train name out of your mouth now, boy. But you don't know who's me dog. All you don't know who's we dog. See if all you don't know what you're talking about. Especially you shall you stink mouth. Being at school, not easy. But you see, being a old, run-down government school like me is worse than your mind could picture. I have children who wear makeshift monogram armor, march through your spits of fire to slip on brimstone to stand in front hell's gates, unworthy of the holy cross, no holy faith, can't be raptured to providence, bearing the mark of the beast left behind. The very opposite of what the ministry said they'd do for every child, but I hate it here, boy. Kids in my classroom cry on a curve. Mind crooked like cursive and curses the curriculum. Can't think straight on these cracked concrete pathways, so they lash out and fight to prove they can. And it's my walls that capture their woes at 8 a.m. then is 8 hours of I hate my fate, just take my plate and take the spoon, a copper, sodium soak it in my stomach and pull out a spoon, a silver. And they are left to defend against the CICs at these streets. And they quiver beneath the Queen's speech because their uniforms, Dunsey dialect, could never stand up to the accents of the Cornvons. But you could take your accent and pay it between your legs. You feel you the Princess Margaret? You know that the Queen dead, so you could take she Royal College a crap, cranium crammed to capacity with a cacophony of British bourgeoisie, bent on believing that my body is for the broken. See this school, stop taking that spit. See this school, not taking no shh. Hush your mouth, cause I'm fully flipping fed up. See every child who come from me, deafen your ears to them, and they fear your success. Imagine the damage to their skewed view when you end up the same doctor as the man who went Hillview, or you, a regular government schoolgoer, the same hairdresser as the girl who went St. Francois, so don't beat up. My student body, each perfected to purpose my person, so you let each block interlock to lock to a destiny lock to upward mobility, and you stand in assembly and remember that them can't stop your solemn pledge of success, and you square up, bear the burdens for now, and you in the back sit down in the people class and stop playing the see going on no-name government secondary. It don't make you secondary. So Toppy, wear your Malik monogram loud. Say it with your chest. Idas go Arima, not sec. Let a Malabar tie fly high with pride around your neck. Where a Mokarapo should proud outside. Cause once I stand in, all you go always have a body to stand in. So don't study my children. Cause if all you don't know what you're talking about, it's best all you shut your stink mouth.
Oh, yes. We just had one of the, I should say, popular performances because she touched on a topic which is so close to many of us. And I can say this because having been a teacher, I always said to my students, it's not where you are from, it's where you are going. And I love the fact that you spoke about going to a government no-name school, and you are just as important as those who have gone to what we will call the prestige schools. So tell me, is this an experience or what? What inspired that piece?
Well, I passed for Raymond North Secondary when I did SCA at the time. And, well, people refer to it as Compre, you know. And when I wore my blue uniform, adults used to be watching me some type of way. You know, people used to think that I didn't do as well as other people because of the type of school I went. People would say that, you know, I wouldn't really come out to be anything because of the type of school I went. And that just wasn't true. You know, it just wasn't true. So I thought that, and I see the trauma that a lot of SCA students have and the weight they bear on their shoulders because of the type of schools they feel as if they have to go to in order to prove their level of intelligence.
And then sometimes too, they think that they have disappointed their parents, right? But parents, you must realize that your child is going to bloom wherever he or she is planted. It's not where you are put, it's what you do.
That's correct.
With, you know, where you are placed. And I say that because I taught at what you will call one of those schools. I taught at Mova Laventil Secondary School, and I told them, hello, we are just as good or even better than those who went to the prestige schools. So I am glad you feel that way, and I hope that many young people who are looking at this will understand and take inspiration from you. So again, congratulations on a well done performance, and keep it up. I wish you good luck. All right, so viewers, we go stateside now as we continue.
What does it mean to be African? Some say we have a spirit born of rebellion, while the ignorant claim blackness is a contamination, leaving the young black mind now searching for validation. What does it mean to be African? This beautiful race snatched from their rich motherland. Many to be brainwashed in the ways of the colonial, as they were raped and brutalized on white man plantation. As centuries evolved, many a we lose sight of we. We put on a mask and assume this forced upon identity. We dishonor we soul and became what they dictated we should be, moving in a strange, unrecognizable reality. So we bleach we skin and we straighten we hair. Our attire then conformed to what they say we should wear. We educated our children on alien philosophy, somehow completely neglecting we own African history. But according to our philosopher, we heritage is we all. In spite of the brutal savagery, today a true African will stand tall, as he allow his mind to journey back to that time before the fall, when, stripped of his glory, he forget the purpose to which he was called. My people, it was a journey through many travails, but in this great universe, light over darkness prevails. In the black man heart now is a filter device, discarding the ugly while syncretizing the nice. So what does it mean to be African, living in peace in a strange land, merging with past with the present circumstance, while paying respect and homage to we ancestors? It is the heart of the man, the blood, the soul, that unmistakable pride in any part of the world. It is a wide river gushing deep within his veins, searching for the root hidden beneath the stains. It is a people rich in arts and craft, folklore and cuisine. The African woman adorns herself, dressed no less than a queen. Our music is punctuated with rhythm, accentuated by the drum, which include the djembe, panlago, congo, and John John. These are just a few among the variety of percussion instruments also utilized in African religion. To see our people dance and move their hips is also a treat. You recognize the Africanism as we create rhythm on the feet. African, dance for liberation, dance for pride, dance for truths. We survived revolution. Now celebrate your roots.
Yes, this category is moving along so quickly. And of course, when we look at the criteria, content, because what they're saying must make sense. Content, articulation, how they use their voice, their gestures, the use of the body, their faces, their body, everything that will help with communication, because they have to communicate with the audience and make this performance interesting. So we are waiting now for our competitor who just came off stage in this poetry spoken word category. And this is the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition, celebrating 60 years. 60 years and counting. We are here at Nalis, and here she comes, our competitor. Come, my dear. And tell me, what's your name again?
My name is Karen Carnovan.
Are you related to Earl Carnival?
Yes, that's my dad, actually.
We went to the same teacher training college together.
Nice.
Well, we weren't there at the same time.
Oh.
But we went to Mausika Teachers College.
Then you probably know my mom as well, Ina.
Yes. And I know that he has been into the arts, music in particular.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see that it has been passed on. So what
Thank
piece
you.
did you just do?
I did a piece I wrote, which is called To Be African, which really tells us what we are, who we are all about, and what we should be proud of, in spite of everything that we have endured in the past. And
This
it's a piece
is
I'm very
so
emotional
good.
about.
All right. Thank you so much, Karen.
You're very
and all the
welcome.
best
Thank you.
as we continue with poetry and spoken word.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
All right, so we may need to revert here. This is not the Tobagonian contestant, is it? Yes? Okay, so representing Crystal Sergeant Carter, Tobago. Round of applause. And it's Tobago Expressions is the name of the piece.
Let we go to Tobago. That's paradise found by Robinson Crusoe. And it is said it's a land of tomorrow. Tobagonians say, come Tobago for holiday. Oh, Tobago, my magnificent Tobago. When I say your name, the gods smile. Oh, Tobago, full of mystery and grace. We know you are such a serene face. Your spirit is regal and your aura so sweet. Coming from your bosom are our exotic coral reefs. Your villages are filled with the souls of your ancestors. From Speyside estate ruins to the water wheel to Pigeon Point, glistening waters. Tobago is mountains and terrain. Tobago is melanized and magic. Tobago is broadcasted and absolutely culturally authentic. Cultural enhancement with Tobagonian chances. Tobago with privileges. Tobago with pride. Tobago on purpose like a goddess or a bride. Tobago is beautiful. Tobago is blessed. Tobago is so much more than crab and dumpling and nothing less. We are educated, kind-hearted, sophisticated. We are not that complicated. We are resilient and our cultural identity is strong. Tobago is resilient. Just listen. Listen to our song. Hey, hey. We are limitless in talent. Check our pan and parang. Feel the rhythm of our calypso, limboing from your shoulders to your toes. Tobago is strong. Tobago is tough. Tobago don't bluff. But Tobago is me. Tobago is you. Tobago is not a place we had to choose, but it is an island we must showcase, and we must rock it with honor. For when I think about the pains of our ancestors, how they struggled on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, how they wade in the waters. Wade in the waters, children. No rasters, no shatters. I hear loud their voices when they sing, comforting their souls as their voices ring. Oh, freedom! Oh, freedom! Not knowing when it would be done. You are rhyme and rhythm
season and song. Oh, Tobago! You are so blessed. When I say your name, I taste your sweet breath. Tobago! 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 Producers of world-class heroes. When you were born, the God shouted, in Keleluko. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Tobago in the house.
Tobago expressions. And here now my girl started, come, let we go to Tobago, that paradise found by Robinson Crusoe. So Crystal is going to come to tell us all about Tobago in her piece, Tobago expressions. And listen, Tobago, anywhere you're going to try to sell Tobago, make sure and take Crystal as your ambassador, because Crystal has mentioned every aspect of Tobago. Clean, green, serene. She talked about the music, the drumming, the rhythms, all the natural beauty of Tobago. Come, let we go
to Tobago. That's paradise. Good evening.
Hi, my darling Crystal. I enjoyed your performance.
Thank you.
Girl, you spoke about everything about Tobago.
Yes, yes.
Listen, whenever they're going out on a contingent, you make sure they take you because you could sell Tobago.
Thank you.
You know,
thank
it comes
you.
like selling sand to the Arabs.
Right.
But girl, you could sell
Thank
Tobago.
you so much.
You
Thank
spoke
you.
about everything. I love. Is green? What was the slogan? Clean, green, serene.
Safe and serene.
That is
That
Tobago.
is Tobago.
And you represent it so well.
Thank
So
you.
what is your experience in this Best Village?
My experience thus far in this best, I've been in Best Village for a long time.
Uh-huh.
So now coming out as a single performer, I just encourage other single performers to just beat the road every time. Just come out and put your A game on it.
Well,
And
girl,
give it to
you brought your A game.
Thank you.
You had the crowd eating out of your hands. I love the total performance, the dancer, the drummers, and everything. So, girl, well done.
Thank you.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you, and hope to see you in Tobago soon.
I will. Thank you so much, Crystal.
All you compares and macomes, come let me tell all your story from deep down in the bosai, the belly, Aguayari. A place where folklore is a library and Nancy story feeds social realities. Come with me on this mythical journey as we explore the mysteries we colonial history. Who is me? Eyes are badly deformed, misshapen and unchristened caricature. I can't even look at myself in the mirror to measure my own misery because I was stripped of my humanity. I am domiciled in this asylum for the base entities. Is the one you just call me Douen, a derelict depository of unending nightmares, existing in a shadowy jungle of third world despair. I am ostracized and cast aside to the pickmuck and the moose side of the countryside, but now I'm tired. I'm tired of being abused, accused, and misused to frighten all your children. I am tired of being the villain. So I went by Papa Bois and an old Sokunya, and I demand them to explain because who is me? She laughed. The question is and ingenuity they consign to purgatory. The lowest rungs in this hypocrisy, To them, we is a figment. We could just appear and disappear when it's convenient to all your entertainment, but in reality, we is the dark underbelly, the dirty secrets of our colonial history, wrapped up in a cashy belief like a tasty pay me with flavor, and then share with we community using bold face of awe and fear. Folklore is that bold fear of awe and fear. It is how we tell we about we hidden pathologies, while seeking answers to life mysteries and finding comfort in the blankets of our own creativity. But you see Nancy's story? Nancy's story is the narrative of the authorities. It is how we tell we about we hidden pathologies while seeking answers to life mysteries and finding comfort in the blankets of our own creativity. Nancy's story is the fight for power. Well, like a hula job blacks doing and Sakunya could come out in full regalia to capture our minds and leave we stranded down by a river. Nancy's story is the sacrifice of purpose to play, to create a condition that leads we to be. But who cares about us, the Sukunyas, the Dwens, the ones that dwell in the domain of unending nightmares? Who really cares?
That was contestant number 9. And my girl started off dressed like, that folklore character, the Dwen. Remember we said the Dwen is an unchristened baby and the legs turn backwards. And she started as a folklore character, the Dwen. And in the twinkling of an eye, the Dwen outfit became this red, white, and black. And she segued from folklore into very topical events in our society. Hi, my darling, welcome.
Hi, good evening.
So tell us about that piece. Did you write it?
Actually, it was written by my father, who is a local author from Guaguayari. His name is Val Cabrera.
Oh, Cabrera.
Yeah, don't fall too far from the tree.
I realize that, and you really brought that piece to life.
Take all my energy.
Well, you're in the right place. It's the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition.
Yes.
And I looked at you and like you fulfill all the criteria, girl.
I hope so.
The content, the articulation, the use of the body, the use of the voice, the use of the face, all of that.
I hope so.
Yeah, you did well, my dear. So how does it feel to be a competitor in this competition?
It is amazing, especially when you have a message to give. Now, my aunt was also Down syndrome.
Okay.
And she was the product of something very, very, very unfortunate. And to be able to come here in a forum where you are able to be creative, you are able to express your frustrations, to express your worries, that's just being here in this building, just being able to voice it is amazing.
So I am so glad that this category, poetry and spoken word, and more so the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition, has given you that avenue to deal with whatever personal experience you have had. So again, fantastic performance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I wish you all the best. Continue to participate in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. All the best, my darling. All the best.
Bye.
Frederick.
For the end?
Glorious products of 300 plus years of torture, talking hot sun, hard labor. We are the cause they put under pressure but became diamonds in structure. Now we are the ones no longer capture. We are the centuries that have been cemented, the experiences that are embedded into our DNA. But you know history and her many secrets, so constructed deep within our genetics. Lays the great African music, ancient, intelligent, coded lyrics that led our people to freedom. And sadly some to the ancestral kingdom, but like knights to war, we prevailed. Yes, at the cost of some, but because of them, we are able to wear our crowns held high. Who is we? Well, we are the legacy. A wealthy history, if you will. We are descendants of the motherland, but a victim to the man's hand in his own land. But by grace, we are a carrier of the beat. You know that rhythm that travels to the great beyond, that vibration that shakes the ground, that sound that has your body, mind, and soul numb. That is we. Because with one ring from the Congo drum, you're like Michael walking into the ancestral kingdom, sword in one hand and shield in the next. Who am I? So you come again to ask me the same question, so it seems you bring that little rejuvenation. So I'll give you a next version of my opinion. We are the heritage, and by the grace of Best Village, we are the occupants of this stage. Here to celebrate the 60th anniversary, but I don't like what it do we. I find we could have been the Queen's Park Savannah, the capital of our culture, and embracing our true nature, but instead we are confined to these chambers. But nevertheless, I digress. We are the journey, the movement of our people through the waters, and the stories of them running for their slaughters, being hunted like rabbits for a man's game. Oh God, come on. We are the story told in action called us the Bible, because we are the revelation, not only of the pain of the past or the struggles of the present, but the greatness of what the future may hold. What more have to say to convince you? So though the story of history I may display, wait till the end, my words will sway away to the greatness at the end of this tunnel. I promise. Who is we? One last time I'll give you an answer. We are the pieces of a puzzle put together to give you the statuette of a boulder, a well-defined culture, one unlike any other. We are the womb that birthed the legends, Michael Montano with the voice of a warrior. The notes of Daisy Voice that could break any barrier, the dances of Liana Boyce, the people's choice, the one who holds the movement in her core and tells the stories of all those that came before. That is we. So do like them and pick up the mantle. Understand that you are responsible for letting the tradition live on, for seeing the born and the next generation dawn, for helping them on a journey ever so long. So across my heart, and if I die that day when I'm up on Zion High, ring the drum on the stage, call me forth so I can give them my heritage. So we go dance together, prance together, trance together. Thank you.
And this competitor brought the historical perspective about the African. He took us on the journey, that transatlantic slave trade from Africa across the Middle Passage to the Caribbean. And he keeps asking the question, who am I? And he gave us all the answer. It was a very rhythmic performance. And what I love is, his expression. Malik, come my darling, come and join me. Malik, hi. And you told us all about who am I. So tell us, who am I?
I am culture.
You are culture.
In terms of, I see myself fit to embrace the culture because, quite frankly, it's modernizing. It's modernizing to the point where it's let me say, getting watered down.
Okay.
So we're trying to keep the very essence, the foundation, and the pillars. I'm trying to hold that. So I'm trying to remind them now, boy.
And I am so glad that you are part of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition, because we need advocates like you to ensure that this program continues. And I'm glad that you have this platform, the Poetry and Spoken Word, to actually express your views. Did you write it yourself, or was it?
Yes, I did.
You did out of experience? Or you had a message to bring to us?
I was watching, like I was going over last year Best Village.
Okay.
And I was like, something missing, the spice.
Mm-hmm.
So it came to me and I just write it, and over the time it wrote itself.
Oh, okay. So you were just the avenue.
Yeah, I was just the vessel for it to come forth.
Right. Well, you're a very good vessel. You brought the message. very, very effectively. So thank you so much, Malik. All the best.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you, my dear.
First, it was a dream. What do you mean, no school? Any fool would see that is the highway to heaven. March 13, 2020, saw smiles, heard screams, children hurriedly leaving with a feeling of joy, happiness, elation, euphoria. But then, pretty soon, the tables turned over when it was discovered that Mr. COVID was in town and he intended to be around for a long, long time. Then it became a nightmare. All the world was filled with fear. Jobs gone. Families lost loved ones. Freedom did not feel free because we were forced to stay behind closed doors. Days, months, weeks passed, and the million-dollar question was, how long will this last? A day? A week? A month? A year? Mr. COVID was appearing everywhere, from left to right, day and night, wreaking havoc with lives lost. Closed doors, virtual classes, mass graves, too many cases. Many could not be saved. Despite the hand washing and the mask, the sanitization, such an arduous task. Relief came through vaccination. It was convincing the nation that it can save lives, make a difference. Many felt it made no sense. Slowly but surely, we came out of our cocoon and things began to appear to be back in tune. But don't let your guards down. That destroyer is still in town. Welcome to the new normal, where we all need to be careful about where we go, who we meet. It could determine whether we would ever get on our feet. Breathe the fresh air. Enjoy the cool breeze. Life is made up of these little things that make a difference. It took us 2 years, no offense, to come to the realization that our strength and salvation comes from not what we possess, but loving each other amidst the mess of such a terrible time. People of TNT, we will be just fine.
Kayla Sue, representing La Dramatique Expression School of Theatre. And of course, guys, we have
our final competitor in this category, poetry and spoken word. And she dealt with something which affected all of us from March 2020 all the way up to 2022. She came to tell us all about Mr. COVID. And in spite of all the mask wearing, the sanitizing and everything, how Mr. COVID wreaked havoc on all of us. Come, darling, come. You come with me. I will come. You are so brave and so sweet. You're telling me you're shy. Tell us your name.
Kayla Sue.
Kayla Sue. Who wrote that nice piece about COVID for you?
My drama teacher.
Your?
Drama teacher.
Your teacher? Oh, nice. And you had to learn it? And who is that lovely lady with you? That's your teacher? Also, Miss wrote the piece. All right. So, Miss helped you practice it?
Yes.
And I am sure that Miss is quite pleased with your performance. What do you think, Miss? Very pleased with your performance. But listen, you said you are shy, but up there on that stage, you were not shy at all?
No.
Tell me why. How come you weren't shy on the stage, but you're shy to come to talk to me? Huh?
I practiced a lot on the piece, and I got accustomed to performing in front of people.
All right, and that is so good. And you know, this is such a great beginning for you because I predict that you are going to go on to become a fantastic performer and great things will happen. And as long as Miss continues to write for you, I know that you are going to continue to perform. How old are you, Kayla?
12.
12. Did you just write SEA?
I did.
So you got the results?
Yes.
You want to share it with us or you want to keep it a secret? Which one?
I can share it.
You can share it? All right. Tell us where you would be going to school.
I will be going to school at Naprima Girls High.
You see, I told you only good things in your future. Congratulations. Now you go to Naprima Girls and continue to be involved in the performing arts, okay? Thank you, Kayla, and all the best. Thank you for participating in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. All the best, my darling, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Of course, there are some other events that you can check out as well. Folk presentation finals, there are 7 events up ahead. So we have the East Indian Music Dance Tassa coming up on July 15th, again at Naprima Bowl. Folk Dance and Dramology at Sapa on Saturday, July 22nd. And you can look forward to the La Reine Rive finals, Self-Expression and Talent on Saturday, August 19th at 6 p.m. at Sapa, and Le Grand Z Affair on Saturday, August 26th from 6 p.m. at Napa. So definitely make every effort to come out and support our local talent in these different areas and different categories. So many people participating this year from all over the country, and it's always wonderful to see young people especially motivated to come out and put forward their talent, whatever direction it may be. It could be dance, it could be theater, it could be spoken word. Just getting our young people motivated to participate in events like this is absolutely no easy feat. So I definitely want to recognize the Ministry of Sport and Community Development for this Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition, which allows our young people another avenue for them to showcase their talent. So we're letting the judges wrap up before we get into our short story category, which will be started off with Tobago again. So we are kicking things off with Tobago as we get into that short story category. I can't wait for these short stories. I'm excited. We're ready? In just a few minutes, we'll start off with the short story. Sure?
Change the accent of carnival to a groovy bacchanal. Wailing.
Before we head into the short story category, guys, I want to ask you all to just, some house rules. If we can please put our cell phones on silent. Make sure that there are no interruptions during...
And we are here at Nalis for the finals of literature in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. So we just finished our first category, which was poetry and spoken word. And we are awaiting our second category, which will be short story. Just to let you know, our judges are Dr. Richard Braffith, Zaria Pigas, Crystal Fortune, Anil Rupnarain, Ronnie Williams, and Oretta Allen. But listen, viewers, if you look to my left, you will see the beautiful logo there. And every aspect of that logo represents something. We look at the base and we see those flaming, the leaves, and it represents that community, the spirit, that community fire which exists among our groups. It goes up our national colors into an African style head wrap, and that's a head wrap of a traditional ballet dancer. And it also doubles as a dupatta, which involves our East Indian culture, the female head veil. And then at the top, we see the drum. And it's a mix of the tassa and the djembe, again representing the culture of the two major ethnic groups living in Trinidad and Tobago. So the entire design, it represents the shape, when you look at it, you get the shape of a flower. And this represents the beauty of the people, our many peoples becoming one. And as I talk about our many peoples becoming one, the only non-competitive aspect of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition is Junior Best Village. This was started way back in 2003, and the person who conceptualized it, Dr. Pearl N2 Springer. And in the Junior Best Village program, what we do, we highlight the ethnicities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and how we all live together in harmony in Mother Trinbago. So we study the first people, the French, the Spanish, the British, the Chinese, the Syrian Lebanese, the African, the East Indian, and of course, Mother Trinidad and Tobago. And this is done in a camp, the Junior Best Village Camp. It runs for 10 days, a camp in each county. And then it culminates with an extravaganza. This year, it's on Friday, the 28th of July at Skinner Park. And each camp, for 20 minutes, will showcase all that they have learned about the various ethnic groups, emphasizing or specializing the one that they are studying. And they show us the music, the dance, the drama, the drumming or rhythms, the handicraft and the culinary arts of that particular ethnic group. So I am inviting all of you all down to Skinner Park on Friday, 28th of July from 9 a.m. and see our young children between the ages of 8 and 17 who would have participated in the Junior Best Village Camp, and they will showcase all that they have done. Of course, we know that this program, the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition, started way back in 1963. So we are celebrating 60 years. And we have had so many of our well-known artists what we say, they started or they wet their feet in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. Our chairman of NCC, Winston Gypsy Peters, loves to let people know he is a product of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. We have Machelle Montano, we have the late singing Sandra. All right, in Tobago we had Axback. We have, I'm seeing somebody here, Peter Smart. All of these stalwarts have been part of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. So we are proud, we are happy for 60 years, and we look forward to another 60 years. But viewers, you know, we can't do it without you all. Huh? So we look forward to your continued support. Be part of it. We want all the communities in Trinidad and Tobago to have a cultural group. We can use this as a crime reduction tool, because when we get our youngsters involved in culture, hopefully it will distract them from engaging in any negative activities. So communities, let us come together. This is why we are under the Ministry of Community Development, because the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition is designed to develop the communities in a positive way. So we are here at Nalis. We're getting ready now for our second category, which will be, of course, our short story. And our judges will be looking at articulation, 20 points, content, 30 points, presentation, 20 points, use of voice, 10, use of the body, 10, costuming and props, 5, and impact, 5 points. And each competitor has a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 8 minutes in the short story competition. So welcome again, viewers. Let's go now for our short story competition. And we're going to start off with Tobago. Tobago is in the house. Tobago is in the house. So shortly we will see competitor number 1 from Mason Hall Police Youth Club, Kyrese Manswell. Short story, ladies and gentlemen.
So I am Patsy of India. India, the Indian ship and the slavery bind together two races in unity. There was no more mother Africa, no more mother India, just mother Trinity. My Bahuta Japlan with sugar cane, down in the Caroni plain, Ramlog and Bastel percussion. Jahajin Bhai, brotherhood of the boat. Jahajin Bhai, brotherhood of the boat. Jahajin I would be a disgrace to Allah if I choose race with a color. Bahut Aja had to make that journey for I to have Zindagi. So it is a great privilege to have such unique heritage. 50% Africa, 50% India. India. I have done duty to holiday, emancipation and arrival day. Since Patel Rosak made that journey, 150 years gone already. Whether you're Hindu, Muslim or Christian, let's walk this land hand in hand.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please get back to your seats. we are ready to get into this next category for the Ministry of Sport and Community Development's Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition Folk Presentation Finals. And of course, we are inside the Literature Finals, and we are moving along from poetry, spoken word, straight into short story. And we're taking a flight to Tobago a little bit later this afternoon, so we're having back-to-back Tobagonian performances. But first, let's welcome with a round of applause our group from Tobago in the short story category, Mason Hall Police Youth Club. A round of applause.
Look how me a story for tell all you. Do you know Mr. Jumblet, Tim Pam Danman from Shalalville? Stop. My question is, do you know Mother Tansy? She come from Lansing. That was my great-grandmother, Mama. My daddy tell me she was a cleaner. Not a cleaner that does clean your house, a spiritual cleaner. You could come by this lady with any zombie or bad spirit on you, and she know exactly how to fix you. Just walk with your egg, your rum, your 9 different type of bush, and do not forget your lime. My daddy tell me that mommy tell he, when he was a baby, he get maljo. All you know is maljo, when somebody watch you stink or tie, or with jealousy, and he's make you to green, will he get that? Mama know exactly what to do. She gets his sweet broom and she put it in his hand. When the sweet broom drop, she know it's time to smoke out the pan. She gets she calabash and she different type of incense and she mix them up. When she done smoke him out, for sure, that malju cut. Long time ago, the people say, Jumbie I walk the road. My mommy tell me, the first time she experienced a zombie is when she stayed at Mama house. Mama house was a refuge. It was a safe house for all kind of people. One day, they sit down in the gallery line and they see a van pull up. When the man do come out of the van, his scrotum bigger than his footum. Well, he had to stay a couple nights. One night, Mommy went to bed as usual to wake up to a scream. Oh God, Mama, help! When Mama dashed out of the bedroom, the man say he see a man in all black with a cigarette. If he did not remember the word, Mama tell he to say, the zombie will carry he away. All them Tobago gal, sweet, 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 like a Keza ball, girl from Mason Hall, MTZ at all, pretty like her. Oh, how I love them sweet Tobago gal. My daddy tell me that Mama tell she was walking home late at night and she see a big white horse in the middle of the road. Well, my Mama continued walking because she had no fear. She said her 23rd Psalm because the Lord is her shepherd. But when Mama do get closer, it wasn't no horse, It was a dog as tall as a horse. When the dog do skinny teeth, all she see was gold teeth. All you know is that? All you know is that? All you know is a bad book. This is a bad book. Nasty people, just read that. Wicked people live by that. Sukunya preach off of that. My mommy tell me, a Sukunya suck she. I suck a man, suck my mother. All I want to know was the secret. Mama say it is due to get rid of a Sukunya. Come, let me tell you. Come now, man. Get a sharp knife. Cut half the lime on the tree. Wait, don't say I say no, because no Sukunya ain't coming from my dry backside. You will get a sharp knife. Cut half the lime on the tree. Make sure the half hanging, and take the next half and rub it on the sock. While you're rubbing, you shall cuss. You will say, show yourself, show yourself. But be careful for what you ask for, because it has come true. My mommy say, when she did that, she said, I will make you stop suck by force. Well, we had a neighbor, I would call him John. No, John Doe. We had a neighbor called John Doe. After mommy did that, we finally wasn't seeing John Doe. Mommy said, here, I will go and look for him. John Doe, where the boy? You okay? When John Doe come out of the house, he head bow down. Mommy had to ask, is warm to you, boy? I was going on the steps of Bernard Hill, and I fall down and bust way in my mouth. Old age is a hell of a thing. You hear lie? You hear lie? That is lie. Teacher Percy say if you tell a lie, you're going to hell as soon as you die. All I want to know more. That was the story about my mama. The best mama in the world.
Mason Hall Police Youth Club coming out of Tobago. Now, as I explained before, but I just wanted to clarify for everyone, we are inside the short story category. However, we need to take a little division from the short story category and move into our village chat to allow our participants from Tobago for today. And so, as soon as they are completed, we'll be moving right back from their
and I
category
have with me
right
our
back
first competitor in the short story category, Kyrie's, out of the beautiful Sister Isle. Kyrie's, I heard you start off with, do you know Mr. John Boulay?
Tim Pam.
That man from Charlottesville.
Tim Pam.
And then I hear you say about Auntie from Lansfumi. What is your story all about?
My story is about my great-grandmother. She used to clean people from Obia and those kind of stuff.
Oh, so she did the good work. Those who had done the Obia, who were the victims of Obia, came to your grandmother for her to take it away. Well, that is so good to hear. You know your grandmother? Did you have the privilege of knowing your grandmother, or you just heard that about her?
She died when I born.
When you were born. So at least your grandmother had the privilege of holding you as a child. So what school do you attend?
I attend Signal Hill Secondary School.
Signal Hill. What got you involved in drama?
Huh?
What got you involved in the performing arts?
My sister and my mommy.
Okay. Are you with a group in Tobago?
Yes, National Police Youth Club.
Or the Police Youth Club. Yes, I know there's a lot of good work taking place in the Police Youth Club. Well, Kyrie's, is it Kyrie's?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's such a pleasure having you here with your short story. Those were your props. Bad book. What was in that bad book?
Bad book is the things, the spell and thing for Obia. It's the spells for Obia.
Oh,
but let's read to learn about Obia.
And the coquet broom.
To beat the zombie out of them.
Because I remember Shadow saying, what? Coquet? He beat it out of them. Anyhow, we have nothing bad to beat out of you. All we can do is wish you good luck, Kyrie's, my dear. And keep up the good work, all right? Thank you so much, my
So, what is the significance of Best Village to community development in Trinidad and Tobago? I would say that Best Village has created a chance for our communities to showcase themselves, to bring forth our culture in a way that can be presented to not just other communities, but to the world on a whole, to show we're here on the map. Anybody has any concepts to that?
Right, so Best Village has been going on, as is discussed, we know, for more than 60 years. And I think there has been a failure of the West Village to accomplish the task that it has set out to do. Especially when we look at the groups and who are involved, you have a lack of real community involvement. We have a lot of different groups within the community, but how many of the footballers from the field or the random person walking through the community do we actually have in the room or involved in this platform?
As a young person, I would say it helps with the oneness, because, you know, in day-to-day life, there tends to be a disconnect between the younger and the older generation. I think that Best Village provides a space where we can all come together and commune and, you know, share experiences, and tradition gets passed down. And it develops the want to give back to the community and to share that, you know, here I am being a part of this. Yeah, I think it provides a space for community to happen.
Coming from a school community, I have to give kudos to Best Village, because once upon a time, there was no theater to performing arts on the CXC syllabus. Now we have it at CSEC and at Cape level. True, you know, it took a while, but growth is exponential. Visual arts, performing arts is being taken with seriousness. It's recognized at the third form level when we have the national exam as well. And what I want to say, you know, students learn differently. The one we used to call dunce and all that kind of thing, and no good and just walk around the school. This is an outlet, and we have seen people shine and go to university. Not just UE, we have UTT. So it's a wonderful opportunity. And we have, you know, other things open up in the world. We recognize all these entertainers who are so highly paid. So it's a good thing for us. So yes, it may not be at the rate we wanted it, but the school community, there is growth. But we would like to see other things happening there in a bigger way.
Yeah, but the significance and the intended significance, has it been fulfilled? Has Best Village been turned into a political tool? What happens when the government changes? What happened to St. Anne's Community Center as an example? It became a storage for used computers. Yeah? So the intention was a good one. Has it been followed? Is it really significant? Does it cater to the needs of the artists in Trinidad and Tobago, or only selected groups depending on which party rules? I think that political interference has spoiled the intention of the significance of the Best Village.
So you're saying, if I'm to take from that, you're saying it's become a space now where people trying to just eat a food. It's not a space where the development happens.
I wouldn't actually say that.
Okay.
That I am saying that people want to eat a food, but a lot of people did get food from Best Village when the appropriate party is in power. And that food is taken away when the next party come in.
I would like to say that I want to flip your points around and say, I think that Best Village has made such a mark that even when specific political parties aren't in power, these community groups still make the effort to come out and be a part of it. I think that it has been so strong throughout the years that, you know, these communities take it upon themselves to carry on the tradition no matter what's going on around them.
True. However, funding is important, and that the groups struggle to survive, hoping that the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition will be given back to the people.
What do you think, Patrick?
So I would agree that
in this case, when the parties change, we have that political aspect, the lack of funding and so on, but also there is a level of short-sightedness in some part of the Best Village. I've heard even coming here today about the youth training camps and the development and the mentors that are hired and young persons that are given the opportunity to develop. And then we have a situation where we're in Tobago, we do not have a Best Village officer in Tobago. We do not have anything like these training camps. I would love to have a training camp to train midnight robbers and all these other cultural aspects. And there's a failure to have that communicated throughout all communities. So we have a situation, is it inclusivity, or is Tobago outside of that community that we're talking about?
Yeah, that is a very important point. We are not even sure we're getting back to Tobago this evening when we leave here. And that is not a joke. We're on standby.
Yeah, I just want to add, so I do have to agree a bit with that. You know, in Tobago, we do operate as one, and when we need drummers and so on, we have drummers from culture who come and help us out. And we have, for example, young developing drummers, but we don't have drums. Schools don't have drums. Schools don't have instruments and that sort of thing. So if we are going to develop the different communities, we need resources. We need human resources. We also need, you know, the tangible things. We also need incentives, you know, little financial things, little stipends for the young who are coming up, and people like me who will be nearing retirement. You know, I want to go, you know, I have another 30, 40 years remaining. I want to go, I'm a storyteller, and I want to know, well, how do I get to this? What do I do? You know, Tobago, I'm looking at Tobago because we are into tourism. Where is the connection between Best Village and tourism? That's a huge market for us.
I would like to say that even though we don't have the direct funding from the government, Best Village again has made such a mark that in the face of these shortcomings, we still come through and we still find a way to, you know, share the culture and pass down traditions and do all of this without the help from the government. And that itself is a mark that Best Village has made.
Is it significant?
I would say so.
Is it significant that individual groups that are not in any way connected to the communities they represent, is it significant? Are they working, when they get a food, they are...
From a Tobago standpoint, you know, when we enter the prelim part of it, win competition. You see, when we come to the finals, there's nothing called this village, that village in Tobago, all of Tobago behind us. Mm-hmm. So that is community development.
That is significant.
Yes, it is.
So I'm going to pull these things together. So from what I'm hearing is that there is some significance through the Best Village competition where communities do get a chance to shine. However, what we'd like to see is that the actual communities get that true vision, that true out and open to everybody. We've seen great things in the fact that now we have theater arts pushed through the syllabus, and we are seeing where now there's concepts for training the youth coming up into the different cultural art forms that are presented within the Best Village competition. Maybe then it's a talk towards perhaps some reform within Best Village towards maybe policy, resources to different communities for that development, and also manpower and incentives towards creating that exchange of ideas or exchange of culture from the old to the young to the younger, and that continuity moves on. Thank you very much.
A very important conversation from the Tobago Drama Guild, representing Tobago and kicking off our village chat. It's definitely going to be an interesting evening where these topics are going to be explored. And I love that they are being neutral in the topics and leaving room for people to criticize and also give recommendations, because that's a tough topic to navigate. What is the significance of Best Village to community development in Trinidad and Tobago? So again, a round of applause for Tobago. Thank you for participating, but we are shifting right back from the village chat and back into the short story aspect of this evening's proceedings.
And
so just giving you all
we are back here, and we just
backstory.
had village chat. Now, village chat is a very interesting category where we have 5 people from a group, and we just had the Tobago Drama Guild. Tabiti, your topic was
the significance of Best Village in the development of the community, to put it briefly.
okay.
Yes.
And how did you feel about that topic?
I was opposed, and we divide between pros and the for and against.
Okay.
I was saying that enough has not been done for the development of the community through Best Village because of political interference.
So what are your recommendations then?
That we remove the politics from the culture. We separate the politics from the culture, which is virtually impossible, because politics is part of culture. So that, I don't know, it's a catch-22 situation, yeah? And that is how I feel.
Maybe it's because the name is the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition. It implies that there will be some sort of, I don't want to say political influence. But anyhow, I'm glad that you all got that topic, and I know you must have handled it well. So thank you so much to Tabiti. Thank you to the Tobago Drama Guild. Keep up your participation in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy
Indeed,
Competition.
I thank you.
Because when I step out in the backyard, I is fed for soul and dance to the tempo of the drums and quattro. I know all you are wondering where I come from. Well, this all starts when the Spanish king, Jose Galvez, in the 1700s make a plan, an edict to give land and bring all them French people from abroad to this Trinidad island. And so, the French came to Trinidad and influenced us a lot. And you know one of the benefits they got? Well, it was one set of land. And together with my ancestors who were slaves, they worked hard and planted cocoa, cotton, and sugar cane. And with that, the French people made money like a hurricane. They made their name. And talking about name, great French plantation owners who were wealthy, healthy, and astute, like Lafocade, Poligny, and Pear, pranced proudly in their suits, while other plantation owners, like Oliver, Batiste, and Jelly just to name a few, lived in the lap of luxury as they moved to and fro. So I'm sure the French heritage is inside you too. In Trinidad, the slave population grew and grew. So too was their patois language everyone knew. Bringing to mind words like macafouchette, a leftover meal, tootpagai, meaning everything, and tootmoon, meaning everyone. And if I cough someone in the head, I leave them bazuri. If I light a butter lamp, I light a flambeau. And if I mind my business, I a mako. So, you know, when you pull the curtain to your window, what they go call you. And you know what used to give children a thrill? Was to fly a kite with a zwill. All that name made Trinidad a patois cultural callaloo. Cause when the slaves came, there was no zoo. Just stories about Papa Boy and Lagahoo. And I'm sure you could guess there was a folklore about Laja Bless. Up to today, we have a French history. And this ain't no mystery. The peregrinade can turn words into stories. So when a spelling test, you have no worries. Carnival Monday, we can encounter the Jab Molassie, a character who dresses in sticky molasses for everyone to see. You know, the Spanish come in touch with we culture too. Yes, Christopher Columbus and his crew. They say they discover here. He play he wasn't aware that he told a big fib. Cause when they came here, they meet both the Arawaks and the Caribs. They plunder this land, and even them Spanish traders had a plan. They sent away some of the Amerindian cousins on Spanish ships by the dozens to Spanish colonies and sold them into slavery. Hey, Olia, hear this back and all. Up to today, the Spanish, big and small, rediscovering this country. Soon every nook and cranny, down by Pizza Grocery, Miss Agnes Bakery, and even by Uncle Eddie. They're rediscovering with Trini money. Way boy, all you like too much commence. You know, now that I tell you all that, it's time for me to fetch, which by the way, is another patois word you could say. Well, I'll go on there.
Jeannalie Griffith, our second competitor in the short story category, representing RG's musical production and services from Victoria West. Ooh, I don't envy the judges for this category either, because we start strong again.
So, of course, you will notice that we had to do the Tobago group because they have to go to the airport. So we had our first performer in short story, and then we went to Village Chat for the Tobago Drama Guild. Now we're back with short story, and we had our second competitor from RG's. Is it Jeneline? Come, darling.
Yes.
So hi, Jeneline. Oh, you're a damn Lorraine, my darling.
Yes.
Tell us all about your short story.
So my short story is about the French influence in Trinidad and Tobago, and I am the Dame Lorraine, one of the carnival characters from like Fete and thing. And I say all of the French influence, like the carnival characters, the folklores, and
do you know what Dame Lorraine means?
Well,
Dame Lorraine means pretty lady, and that is exactly who you are. A pretty lady.
Thank you.
Yes, my darling. So anytime you're playing the Dame Lorraine character, and they say, what's the meaning of Dame Lorraine? Say, pretty lady, look at me, I am pretty lady. But you know the Dame Lorraine character, it's because of our French and African legacy, and that is why when the enslaved Africans wanted to make a caricature of their masters, they exaggerated all the physical attributes. So that is why the Dame Lorraine has a lot of bosom and a lot of behind. So that is your outfit. But I'm sure you had a good time on stage.
Yeah.
So Madam Dame Lorraine, pretty lady, thank you so much, my darling.
You're
All
welcome.
right? Okay. Bye-bye, my dear.
It's a mistake all you make. I'm not supposed to be here. I don't know why all you bring me here. Oh gosh. Look at people in this courthouse. Oh gosh. My honor, is a mistake the police make, eh? I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not guilty, eh? My name, sir, is Mrs. La Tibless. I is a married woman. My husband was Mr. Tibless. However, many years ago, he died of strange circumstances. What, sir? Who? Who that? Laja who? Laja Bess? Laja Boo? Laja what? I don't know who is that, sir. Sir, I am Mrs. Tibless, a married woman. Sir, this is my story. Sir, after my husband died, I was so sad and depressed that I went and lived deep in the forest to be by myself for a while. Sir, to get to my house, it had real pit bulls and a cliff. Sir, before I continue, let me tell you that I was born with a skin condition, allergic to the sun. That is why I just wear long clothes and a big hat and a veil to hide my face from the sun. And also, sir, I was born with a deformity, a long and short foot. So them women and them jealous of me, them spreading rumors that I have a cow foot. Since a deformity, a long and short foot, must be that next woman you called just now, so the larger somebody, she must be had the cow foot. Sir, one night I was coming back home from the grocery. Now, sir, I just only make grocery in the night because I tell you, I'm allergic to the sun. I coming home and the pit bulls attack me. So I bolt faster than bolt. So it was supposed to be so I dive behind a tree hiding. Then I had to sneak my way in my own house. So, and next night, I was coming home again from the grocery, and two nice young men asked me if they could accompany me home. Well, sir, I was glad because I've heard the pit bulls. So, when they reach deep in the forest, them start to argue about who I like the best and who I go choose between them two. And then the argument get physical. They drop a grocery, they start a fight, cough down one another, and fight themselves off the cliff. I never do that, sir. I never kill them. Sir, I never kick nobody off no cliff, sir. Sir, it's Suki. It's Suki who's spreading them lies about me. Is she spreading them lies? But she's a blood-sucking jamet. It's she who does suck people's blood and leave them dry and dead. She's a liar, a liar, a lawyer. A liar, so I innocent. So, and next time, I was coming home again from the grocery, and a nice, handsome young man asked to accompany me again. So, I seized the opportunity because I've already paid bills. When we reach in the middle of the forest, he said he feeling for a smoke. I said, no, sir, don't smoke. You will arouse the pit bulls. He insists he want to smoke, so he took out the cigarette. I said, no. He took out the match. I said, no. He got to strike the match. I said, no. When he strike the match, a spark run in the eye. I said, and he started bawling pain for the eye burning. He started bawling and he hop. started hopping penny, hit it on a tree. Once he hop again, he hit the foot on a neck tree trunk. And he aroused the pit bulls, and the pit bulls come charging. Now, in the forest, real black. So you ain't seeing the pit bulls, but you hear them. Ruff, ruff, ruff. I forget them. I forget he. I start to run, so I run again, so and I run and I sprain my ankle, so and I run and I hide behind 2 trees, and he bawling and pain, he ball, and he hop himself over the cliff, He hop himself over the cliff, and again I had to sneak in with my sprained ankles. So that is why my hop and drop a little more deep. Sir, I don't rob nobody of their life. I don't kill nobody. Sir, you want to see proof? If I have a cow foot, sir, that my foot normal? Sir, so you see how my foot burn up? That is because, sir, I sprained my ankle. And I burn up my foot, sir. Yes, sir. I'm going to fix this thing for them. It's not a secret. What, sir? I still am going to fix the band, sir, because it's a little tight, because it's squeezing my foot, sir. Yes, sir. You believe me, sir? Sir, I'm innocent. I don't kill nobody. I wasn't born after midnight, sir. I don't rob nobody of their life. You believe me? What, sir? I'm not guilty. I win my case. Excuse me, sir. You, sir. Yes, you, Mr. Policeman. You can escort me home, please. I'm Freddy Pitbulls. I and all Freddy Pitbulls now, yes?
And this is the short story category. Remember, the judges are looking at content, articulation, use of your body, use of your voice, and of course the gestures. And we just had a performance that had everybody here now. When you hear that scream, Suzette, you had to be a Laja Bless girl. Tell me about it.
Oh gosh, thanks. Oh gosh. Well, I don't know. Laja Bless and Dame Lorena, 2 of my favorite folk characters. Well, Dame Lorena is a carnival, right?
Carnival.
Yeah. So, with the Laja Bless, we have a lot of Laja Bless out here. If you want to like to compare, yeah, the manipulation, when you go to court, you try to manipulate the magistrate, and that's where I sort of wrote the piece on. She's guilty. She knows she's guilty, but your manipulation, and you see that every day in court, right? The manipulation and in court is what you could prove. It's not what you know.
It's true.
It's what you can prove.
Yes, and the burden of proof.
Right. And Best Village is about, folk and getting people to understand if the folk, so you say I'm bringing the Sukunias, that Sukunias who does, suck blood, as I didn't born after midnight, meaning, the midnight robber. So I try to kind of put in, every little thing, to make a little folky entertaining.
Well, girl, I heard the laughter, yeah, give me the Laja Bless laugh there, Suzette. And show me your one good foot and your one cow foot.
No.
Well,
this is the cow foot.
That is the cow
was
foot.
Banned up, so allegedly got sprained. And this is the good foot.
And that is a good. Yeah, and of course, a lot of people don't know about our folklore characters.
Yes.
So I'm happy that you brought the Laja Bless to life, and you have likened it to what is happening in society now, So yes, our folklore has relevance. So, my dear Suzette, give us that Laja Bless laugh again as we go back stateside. Give us that Laja Bless laugh. And we go stage side.
Carnival in TNT. It's so special to all of we. Like we need blood in we veins, that's how we feel about Port of Spain. Take a jump, take a jump, take a jump up now. Start a wave, start a wave, start a wave up now. Start a wine, I'm not whining. Start a wine up now because it's Carnival. Esteemed judges and members of the audience, I don't like Carnival. Now I can feel you all judging me. But before you all label me a treasonous, traitorous, unpatriotic Nimakuram, allow me to tell the story now, man. But I must warn you, my story is not for the faint of heart or the weak of stomach. My story has action, drama, mystery, and a very suspicious dustbin. You also want to hear it? All right, let's go. It was February 2002. I was a lot younger, a lot slimmer, and had the ability to see. I was at the police training academy being briefed with my fellow recruits of our first carnival duty. We were being lectured to by our very strict, very prim, very proper Sergeant Clark, who we lovingly refer to as the Antichrist. Ladies and gentlemen of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, you are charged with peace and law and order. Leave the revelry to the masses. Sir, yes, sir. Now, there will be a time that someone, especially the males amongst us, specifically someone drunk, will feel compelled to whine on you. And although this is not a crime, even though it should be, you will not look as if you are enjoying it. Sir, yes, sir. You will not bring the service into disrepute. And for the love of God, do not whine back. Sir, yes, sir. Dismissed. I was a sharp right turn and a brace up. I was on my very first carnival duty. I was posted in front of Roxy Roundabout. Now, for those who don't know where it is, quite easy to find. It's a roundabout in St. James in front of a building named Roxy. I was posted there looking over all the persons that I was mandated to protect and serve. And I don't want to brag, but when it comes to uniform-wise, I looked awesome. My shirt looked like it was painted on. My buttons glistened in the pre-dawn light. The seam on my pants was so sharp it could cut property tax in half. And my boots were too shiny for mere mortals to gaze upon. I looked awesome. I was looking at all the revelry. I paid attention to lanky persons, painted in blue with horns on their head. Jab devils, cajoling persons into paying them, or else face being drenched with mud, oil, or God alone what was in those posies of theirs. I observed people of all ages on tall stilts, walking precariously above persons, moko jambis. All of a sudden, my keen eyes observed something out of place, or rather, someone out of place. She's a little young, way too much makeup, but she had a child in her hand. And she looked harassed and in need of desperate help. I told myself, yes, this is my opportunity. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will not be put in dispute. Not today. Not on my watch. I jumped into action. Ma'am, how can I help you? What seems to be the problem? And lo and behold, she said something that rocked me to my core. Use my child, father. Wait, what? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Ma'am, clearly you have been mistaken. Mistaken? So you feel because you was a police that you could shirk your responsibility? Clearly, this lady, the elevator didn't go all the way upstairs. Because I was fairly certain that I had no children. But I was absolutely certain that I had no carnal relations with this crackpot. What made it worse is that a crowd began to gather, and the jeers turned into laughs, and I was totally perplexed. The briefing did not include this, and all of a sudden, she thrust the baby into my hands, like fast like a rattlesnake, and I realized, wait a minute, this isn't a child, this is a doll. Unknown to me, she was a character called Baby Doll, who would walk around accusing anyone that she laid her eyes on of being the child's father. And because I'm a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, I ran away. On my way to safety, I walked sidestepped persons because I didn't want to touch all the oily people and the muddy persons and so on, because as you know, I looked awesome. An old lady, she was going on in years. She was probably somewhere between 70 and 2,000 years old. She said, "Officer, why are you walking like a frightened so?" I said, "Ma'am, I'm walking this way because I don't want to touch you inappropriately." Then her voice dropped in a geriatric version of sexy. "You know how long somebody touched me inappropriately?" My first reaction was, ew. And because I'm a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, I ran away. I finally ended up on a corner where I believe I was safe. I started hearing the sounds of the bass reverberating through my chest. Boom, 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 boom. And just when I thought I was about to enjoy myself, I heard, "Officer, you're getting it good and proper today." Ladies and gentlemen, my eyes beheld one of the largest women I had ever seen in my life. She was walking towards me and dancing, and her lady parts jiggled in ways that defied the laws of Trinidad and Tobago and the laws of physics. Boom, 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 boom. And she's coming towards me. She was, you know how big you have to be to see someone's backside from the front? And to make matters worse, she turned around and began to back it up. And I could have sworn I heard beep, beep, beep. So I mean, boom, 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 beep, 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 boom, 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 boom. I said, my God, what's going on here? And guess what? It gets worse. Because while she's pointing at my small frame, her conversely large buttocks, she turns around and said, "Let me jam him." I said, "Wait, we?" I turned around only to realize that there was another, even larger woman backing up towards me from the rear with an evil look in her eye. And I said, "This predicament is bad. This predicament is very bad." This predicament was like the left side of a black bumsy. It wasn't right, and it wasn't fair. Something caused me to look to my right, and I observed a dustbin. And with mounting how I realized that it sealed my fate. The sign marked, "Throw waste here." And between Glutamus maximus and Glutamus giganticus, they had plenty waste to be thrown. "Ma'am, please, please, I'm a police officer. Don't do this." "No, mommy!" And before you know it, I was the unwitting big woman sandwich. When I regained the consciousness, I thought I was having a heart attack. Most medical doctors agree that people who experience a heart attack feel as if someone is sitting on their chest. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there was a massive person actually sitting on my chest. So clearly, I was actually having a massive heart attack. And thus is the story of why I don't like carnival. But listen, carnival is color, carnival is culture. Carnival is music, carnival is we thing. Do not allow my experience to sully yours. So if you want, dance to your heart's content. Be merry. Just make sure and don't dance to someone several pounds heavier than you. That's a bad idea. So you know what? Go ahead. Take a jump, take a jump, take a jump up now. Start a wave, start a wave, start a wave up now. Start a wine, start a... I'm not whining again. Start a wine up now because it's carnival. Thank you.
So that was California Village Council. A round of applause again.
Well, viewers, I can't wait to get our performer here on set because he had everybody laughing about his carnival experience. And he spoke about our traditional carnival characters. But the way he did it, it was so humorous. And then he advised everybody who was hearing him, okay, don't let my experience turn you off of carnival. Because he spoke about the two large women, so they were the Dame Lorraine. He talked about the Jab, with the covered in black with the oil, the Blue Devils with the horn, and he had a dustbin on stage, throwaways here. He said that was for the two, what did he say, voluptuous, extra large women. They were, of course, our traditional carnival characters, the Dame Lorraine. But this is Marlon Parejo. So Marlon, come and tell us all about your carnival experience.
No, I trying to get on to Papa Boy. They really say when bad houses call it, good houses call it bad house. How'd I go again? I'm so confused. I don't want to be out here, man. I want to go home. All they want to know what I do out there. Well, it's so fast. But I'm going to tell all they anyway. 2 days ago, we had our usual fortnightly forest meeting, where all of us had to give our report to the chief, Papa Boy himself. Dwayne was there, Phantom was there, Sukwina, which fiery self was there, and of course me, La Jablé. The meeting was supposed to start around 2 a.m. I got there around 15, 20, 40 minutes. Anyway, when I got there, Phantom was already relating his story about a busload of noisemakers he smashed up, who was driving through his quiet village in the wee hours of the night, making a set of noise. Man, they cussing. Music hard. Rubbish pelting all the car. They even throw lighting cigarettes to start bushfire. Then, wham! He shut close his legs. Next up was Dwayne to tell his story. Oh, I forgot to tell all you. It was around carnival time. And them worthless parents and them will away in themselves and leave the children unattended. And Dwayne was so happy to lead them astray in the forest. Those children had a wonderful time. Oh God, relax. The parents get them back, but not after we let them suffer. Then out of the blue, Dwayne with his no-face self start to question me as though he is some kind of big-time lawyer. La Diable, tell Papa Boy where you was. Tell him why this pristine part of the forest so dirty. Tell him now. Tell him. Then Phantom chime in. Tell him. Tell him now. Tell him about the little bug of a mortal man you're living with. Well, boy, I get so mad. The blood rush up in my head. My time, shut up! Because all you don't know the half of the story. I had to defend my lover. Well, boy, me and Papa Boy, I make 4. Proceed, he tell me. So, I start to tell the story as though it was happening right away. I was having a grand time by myself around 6:30. The sun was setting nice. If you see me, I was getting looser than loosey in the dark by a big tree in the savannah. Man, I had to make up for my post-COVID blues. Mind you, I had my eye peeled for all them men and them who's supposed to be looking left, but they're looking right. Then out of the blue, up come the sailor mass, coming by my tree to pee-pee. Me and the eye make 6. He was wearing glasses. Homeboy pull out a cigarette. Man, I smashed that up one time. Hey! He drop it. If you see me, tada, mash it up one time. Master again, wasier than wasi, oh God! Because this was an obedient man. My boy get excited. Man, he come behind me. Man, we wind down. We wind up. We wind all the way around. Oh God! He hold me around my waist tight, tight, tight. I never feel so secure. I never felt so loved. Man, if you see, way, and then boom! A mashy foot. The man bought, oh God! How your foot hard so? Without saying a word, I raise up my dress and I show him my cow foot. And earlier, that man love up my cow foot. He kissed up my cow foot. Then he come up by my face and he said, darling, I love you. All in all my lifetime. And all in all plenty lifetime. Nobody never tell me they love me. So I take him and I carry him home. And enough! Shout Papa Boy. Man, the whole place start to shake. What nonsense am I hearing? Folklore character and humans are not equally yoked. You, my friend, watching too much TikTok videos. And by the power invested in me, I banish you out of this forest. And I tell you, by the time he lift up his staff and before he smash it down on the ground, boom! I was outside here. I want to go home. Wait. I get my phone vibrating. Wait. Oh, good. That's not me. That's not. All you is Papa Boy. Shh. Hello, Papa. Yes, Papa. Papa coming. Papa, sorry. I was drunk. It was the alcohol, Papa. I won't do it again. We done. What? I could come home? Or I could go home? Or with the pass? Pass on that side there? Okay. All I'm going home. I got to go home.
Bonbassa Productions from St. George West. I just confused about the phone call in the middle of the forest from Papa Boy because just saying, you know. Yeah, the cell service deep in the forest there. That had to be the Giselle. Must be. So we are moving along.
Okay, now I was telling you about our storyteller, Marlon Parejo. Marlon had everybody laughing. Marlon, you're a police officer. All right, was that a real-life experience you spoke about?
Unfortunately, yes. Hence the reason why I can remember so vividly.
So when the large woman whine on you, I see you had a dustbin mark, throwaways here. What did you do?
Well, I had no other choice but to realize that my fate was sealed. Waste was thrown.
By whom?
By the woman.
On whom?
On me.
And what was your reaction?
My reaction when I fell to the ground,
I
felt unconscious. I was knocked out.
Oh my goodness. Yes. But listen, thank God you're alive.
Yes.
And you were here today to give us your experience as a police officer. Yes. Now I noticed that you are visually impaired.
That's correct.
Are you still a police officer?
That is also correct, yes.
How has that affected your career?
Not that much, because what happened is that I learned different skills. If you notice, I have a tie that's called, it has Toastmasters on it. This is an organization that deals with leadership and communication.
Okay.
And you don't need to see in order to communicate. Okay. And there are so many things that I've done because I'm a Toastmaster that the police service had no choice but to keep me, because I'm doing the very same things that I was doing before, well, except for directing traffic or kicking down doors. but I can use my skill of communication to help young persons.
Well, you know what is good, Marlon? You are serving as an inspiration to people who have an impairment. So, I mean, thank you so much for your service. It's 22 years, you said?
22 years service, yes.
Thank you so much for your service as a police.
From heaven, ram onto the earth, and he was getting on bad. He was digging up the earth, all the spilling all in the ocean, pollution. He was changing animals and birds, so that's how we get dinosaurs. Whole heap of trouble. So the most I say, here what going on, I just send 3 angels to monitor here what going on. So every 10 years, the most I will send 3 angels to monitor and right. When they do all this big work, they had 3 days now to bask in the glory for the payment to do whatever they want. And guess where they used to go? Right in Trinidad and Tobago, up on the north coast, right by Maracas Bay. You know Maracas Bay was smooth and calm like Pigeon Point and Store Bay? Is the angels used to be dancing and dashing the water up in Maracas Bay. So anytime you go up Maracas Bay and a wave hit you, brother is the angels and them dancing. And whoosh, they go up in the heavens. Nevertheless, now, Trinidad was a place of stature, tall, strong man. From anything he put his hands to, he mashed it up. Tobago, oh God, everything plump in its right place, sweet and all she waters. So I hear Trinidad and Tobago to make about between like 17 to 35 children. Here the children, pan, calypso, soca, chutney, whole heap of children. But one of the children that stand out the most, you know what her name was? Best Village. Oh, this girl could dance. She could act. She could play drum. She could do all kind of things. Anything she come out, she could just do. And the angels 1 year in the festival clap and say, Best Village is sweet. And the devil, he sees that and say, I go kill it. Boom, the angels and them gone. Years pass. At having a festival, great festival. The talk in the village was that Best Village going and come out with something special. Well, you know, the hype, everything great. Action start, pan come out and do the thing, dance come out and do it, soca come out and do the thing. No, Best Village come. When Best Village come out, she start with a short story. And she talk about things that deal in she community. Then she hear them her drama, a piece of acting. Then she come out to dance. But when she come out to dance, the place uproar, waiting for this piece of thing. And she come out and she's zandy all over the stage. Boom. It's because a man appear on the stage who was on the stage like he was never on the stage, come from somewhere but like he was nowhere. And he was always there. And he stand up and start to dance with Best Village. Well, you know, Best Village didn't take it, no thing. She started to dance and started to Lego with him. Here the outfit, Best Village have on a white diamond cut, sexy suit with a black slash coming across it. The man, he had on a black pants with a white top, black hat, all his fittings gold, all his treadings gold, and he sharp, and 2 of them started to dance on the floor. Action, the place alive. Both of them end up in a dance and they're spinning around in a fast circle. Boom, and it looked like if the lips was going to kiss. And Lucifer, the devil, leaned forward to kiss she, and she turned with she hair like this. What? He spin she out and take some kind of thing and stick it in she waist. And as he do that, she spin out from that, take something from she, crack it open and throw on him, and he disappear. And the Best Village gets so, the place gets silent. And you just see blood sprout out from she waist. I hear a woman far up in the back was what is it? Oh God! Like the kill Best Village. Best Village drop. Meanwhile, you hear a tumbling, rumbling song coming from a far distance, like a... And at that time, the angels and them have to be upon Maracas Bay, bathing, and look around and hear the song and use the senses and study where that song coming from. It was demons from all parts of the earth coming in at a micro speed to destroy Best Village. And when the angels look and you see angel power and see where it going, it was Queen Spark Savannah. The angels and say, nah, this can't happen. They know that they can meet to congregate in speedy time. He tear off piece of rock from his head and set it down. And he went with a God speed and cover Best Village as all the demons was coming to kill she down. You know what happened? The claws hit Best Village so hard, but the thing already covered she. It make a sonic boom, bah! And flee back all the demons and them. And the angel of Maracas, he snaps so. Cloud come back. He do some dust some Maracas water and make a cloud and come over Best Village. And when Best Village lying on here, so cloud come over here, so Best Village is like she dead, eh? The cloud come across here, so and twinkle and she get up. But she not paying. She not paying. She not gripe. And she falls here. And she takes his skirt. Now blood run down all here. And she gather she skirt here. And she gather she next side of she skirt. When she watch she garment, she seeing red, white, and black. But she wake because the thing deep. And she start to do her dance here. I say, what? She run across to the table. What? The man was by. That was she mistake. As she leaned there, a little object left up and sting to she back and hook to she spine and hit she. And she fall again. Well, I swear she dead. My God. She down here. And hear what she saying? She remembering the dance what the angels let's do up on Maracas Beach. And that alone, she forced, now pull she body up together and stick she fingernails in she spine and pull out the thorn. And get it out. Now blood running down this side. She was so talented, because so sweet. She had 2 earrings full of herbs. She crushed it out, put it on the sore and heal it. And with all she strength, she get back up here so. And when she get back up, she couldn't straight because it's spine, you know, but you need to give up. It's his spine. And she got up one side here again. And she got up one side here so. And she do a thing and yeah, attack. And she started dance. What? When the place jump up in her friends here and they started dance. And she started mash up the place again. You know why here? The talk was, we get 2 new dances here. We get belly and we get Congo belly. And the next talk what we hear is that the band, the band, the wares that they had to bring in the festival because when Bestville sing, everything cracks. So we had to be eating calabash and bamboo drink. So the place started to mash up. When the place mash up now, Bestville hold on to she glory. And she come down and I won. And the whole place get quiet. You understand? That we are here to get the song for the national anthem. But that is the next thing. We will call in the next day. So I say that to say this. I hear it go be real bad down there. They're having a 60 or something. And I going down there to mash up the place. I'm a stag, I'm a wine, I'm a beers. I'll go check all it down there later.
That was Ancestors Beyond St. George West in
All right. And we are here with our performer from Bonbassa Productions. What was your short story about?
It was What She Do. It was about a large abless who find a mortal man and she get put out of the forest because we're not supposed to be mingling
with the mortals.
With the mortals. Yeah.
So she get put out. And what happened when she get put out of the forest?
First and foremost, she didn't like being outside because outside was nasty. Remember, the forest is pristine and it's serene. But out in the mortal world, not like that. It's loud traffic, the place dirty, smog. So she was very uncomfortable and very sad.
So what did she do?
Well, she started calling. She kept calling Papa Boy all the time, and he wasn't answering.
But he's the keeper of the forest?
Yeah, but he wasn't answering the phone.
So what she do?
Well, she keep calling. But then even tried to tell she story. So the thing is Dwen and Phantom is who sell she out. Them traitors.
Yeah.
You understand? They said, so of course she had to fix them and put them in their place because they're fast.
So I'm so glad you brought our folklore alive, my darling.
But of course.
Papa Bois.
But eventually he forgive me.
He forgive you?
Yeah, and I get to come back home. But I had to leave the man though, eh?
I expected that.
I had to leave the man.
You find one in the forest. Even
I
if
feel
it's
so.
Papa Bois, because Mama Glow will deal with you.
I go leave him alone. No drama.
Yeah,
I
thank
can't
you
take
so
that back
much, my darling.
Thank you
All
very
the
much.
best.
Thank you
all
very
right?
much.
Okay, take care.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, And yes, and it is short story. Remember, they have between 6 and 8 minutes. And we just had from Ancestors Beyond, we had Stanley. Yes, come Stanley, tell us about, take your mic, Stanley. Tell us about your short story quickly.
Well, my short story was based on Best Village. You know, and the normal man going back out and out in Best Village, remembering how great Best Village was. So basically, that is the roundup of it.
All right, you know what, Stanley? Let us go to the stage, but stay close. We're gonna come.
My grandfather had a son named Harry. Now, long ago, when they sit down around the rocking chair, we sit down there and they would tell us stories about La Jobless and Duet. I never believed them. Because how on God's earth, in my little mind, a woman could have a cow foot? That was impossible. But boy, when Uncle Harry tell me the story, partner, I wee on myself. Because he was dead serious. Let me tell only his story. He said that he went to an engagement party up in Todd Road, way up in the back, I forget where they called it. No, you talking about a different place. And in the engagement party, music sweet, and he dancing by himself. But then when you look over on the left, in the dark, he see a woman with a big broad hat and a veil fringling to the front. He says she in the dark, but she's shining. So boy, Uncle, now, bear in mind, he's a happily married man. And his wife have 16 children. Yes, and what is 16 in play with? Think about it. Now, 15 is his, and 1 is the outside own. So that is 16. Now, he put that aside, and all of a sudden, Harry walk across. Now, he have a hop and drop, There's how he walk in. When he reached over to Sheena, he said, good night, baby. Good night. And he barely bigger. He said, how did it feel when you fall? She was like, ha, 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 ha. What you mean, darling? He said, when you fall from heaven, burup. No, I came from underneath. It was like, underneath where, forget now, darling. So, then they started here, song. So he find it suspicious. He said, where from? He said, up in the back up there. You want to go with me? And my husband was unfaithful. And I'm looking for outside man. Can you be that person? I promise to love you. He said, all right, don't say no more now. So they decide to leave the engagement. Stupid Harry, he married and have 16 children. Well, 15, what is not huge. And the two of them decided to walk out. Bear in mind, she going, and he going. So it was a match make in heaven, well, hell. And they walk up to the forest. And the more they walk is the more she said, it's right there, honey, behind the bamboo patch. Ooh, just behind the cemetery. And the stupid bald head big belly man decide to still go. So you hear, clock up, clock up, clock up, clock up. The two of them. The two of them going. When he walk and walk and walk, he said, look, oh God, I'm tired. I'm tired. I want to light a cigarette. She said, no, honey, don't smoke because it's bad for your health. And I want a healthy man. Rubbing the money belly and the stupid man fall fit. So they walk in, clock up, clock it up, clock up, clock it up, clock up. And that was the rhythm. They could dance it, clock up, clock it up. When they reach a certain distance, he said, wait, honey, I have to sit down. And when he sat down, he sat down on a well. When you look over, there's only water 100 feet deep. She take off, she veil, and she show him. When she take it off and she show him, she skeleton face. Well, boy, Uncle Harry freeze. You know that there are times when things so bad that you can't run, you can't stand up, you just have to freeze. Well, boy, Uncle Harry freeze. For 2 seconds though, and then he running. So you can imagine this 1-foot man running on a hill. Running to a bicycle that he back up to the bottom of the hill because he was told, when you're inside here, do not leave to go out because you're going to meet guesses. And that is what he met. He met her in the party. In the said party, he met she. He say he run. He run. When he reached a certain part of the hill, he see a donkey with gold teeth. Not me, eh? He see a donkey with gold teeth and the donkey laughing and say, ah! And you're like, woman. He say he run faster. Jump on the bike. And he say, boy. He said, grandson, he was wrong to her. He said, nephew. Well, when I reach my bike, I watch the time I stupid. When I reach my bike, and I jump on the bike, and I start to pedal. He said, oh God, nephew, this foot almost give away. I ever say foot I ever eat and then give you. Man, he say he pedal. When he reached to the bottom of the hill, he said, nah, boy, I can't get up now. I can't get back going. And he pedaling. When he said when he reached halfway up the hill, something tell him to look wrong. When you look wrong, she appear from nowhere. Sitting down on, long time bicycle had a part in the back where you could have sit down on. Right. He see she sit down there with her legs crossed, said, you feel you could get away from me, honey? We stick for life. He said he dropped the bike and he ran because he almost reached in front of the house. He said when he reached inside and he pushed the door, he said 3 little children with mask on the face, big belly, and they said, Daddy, I reached home. Guess where he went? In the next La Jabless house. I gone. Oh wait, who is this pretty woman? But what the jail is? Miss Goodnight. But what the hell?
We people.
Yes, and we are back with
theatrical
Stanley from Ancestors Beyond. You were telling us about your short story, Stanley.
Yes, so it's a bit where I turn the Almighty God and Lucifer into a character. I turn Trinidad and Tobago into a character, and then intermerge them and bring in Best Village as one of the children. Like Trinidad and Tobago made Pan Calypso, all these are her children, and Best Village is one of her talented children. So the story was basically around that.
All right. How do you feel about your participation in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition?
I'm very pleased, and the public took it very nice, and round of applause was high.
Right, but besides today, Stanley, I looked at you in the preliminaries. You have a group, Ancestors Beyond, and I saw those young men and the admiration and the respect they have for you. What do you attribute that to?
Well, basically it's love, and giving that beyond the call to the students.
it's not just you come and you play drum or you sing and you just, it's that one-on-one talk and that respect and that love and that guidance is what they need. And that's how I nurture that and get out from them.
So, what you have just said there is something that I have been convinced of for so long,
All right.
that culture can be used as an crime reduction tool. Because with that love and the respect, they're going to learn to respect their elders, respect the society and everything. So
and places to channel the energy also.
That's it.
Because they say idle hand is a tool for the devil.
Yes.
So now we channel the energy, show them love, show them guidance and appreciation, and from there they'll bloom.
So then I have to thank you for participating in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition.
The pleasure is all mine.
And we look forward to many, many, many more years of your participation.
Thank you.
And I know that your group Ancestors Beyond. Tell me how that name came about.
I was under my chenna tree in my yard because I was a praying man. And I said, Father Lord, I need a name. And it might sound like a story, but I hear Ancestors Beyond. And immediately when I hear that, a big breeze came and went straight up to the chenna tree and opened, and all these leaves started blowing. I say, yes, that is the name. You can ask my wife, you can ask my children. Just so it went down. And that's how we get the name
That's what we
Ancestors
call
Beyond.
divine inspiration.
Correct.
And that is going to keep just propelling you forward. So I must say, on behalf of everyone involved in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition, thanks for participating.
You're welcome.
And continue the good work with our youngsters, because you are going to help them to become worthwhile citizens
Of
of
course.
Trinidad and Tobago. So Stanley, keep up the good work.
Thank
and
you.
all the best to Ancestors Beyond.
Same to you and yours.
Okay? All right, my
All right,
dear.
enjoy.
Yes, and of course it was short story. Cleophas, come Cleophas. Yeah, Cleophas Charles. Are we theatrical, all right? Are we people? Oh gosh, hear the Laja bless. This is folklore. Well, Cleophas, we know you are Best Village and Best Village is Cleophas. Are we people theatrical horizon? So tell us about your short story, Cleophas.
Okay, good evening, everyone. The name of my short story was about my unfaithful uncle who went to a fete up in a remote village where 2 o'clock in the day bat does start to fly. Yeah. And you gotta be inside of your house before 6 o'clock because things that be walking out of the cemetery looking for victims. My uncle Harry so foolish that he decided to leave the fete with a Laja Bless woman.
Did he know it was a Laja Bless?
No, he didn't.
Because you know Laja Bless is pretty woman, eh?
No.
Only one good foot, he didn't notice the cow foot.
Exactly. So he was drunk because on the way he's saying that, woman, you're so beautiful. But she didn't raise up the veil. Because some people believe that Laja Bless is a pretty woman. No. She wears a veil to the front because she has a skeleton face. But eventually, when she lifts up, she don't have no veil. She's a fake skeleton. She's a fake Laja Bless. When she lifts up the veil, and he saw the skeleton face, well, boy, he went crazy. And he was walking like this, and she was walking like this.
What a combination, boy.
It was a match made from hell. I mean, hell. You understand what I'm saying? So it was clock, 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 clock. Then, when he realized that she's a Laja Bless, he decided to run. So imagine he running down a hill, jump on the bicycle and started to pedal to get away from this woman. Then when he reached to the bottom of the hill now, he said, I ain't coming off now, I'm riding going up. So he did pedal going up, but when he reached half the way on top of the hill, he find the bicycle became more heavier and heavier. Something say Harry look wrong. When Harry look wrong, Harry see she saying down at the back of the bike.
At the bicycle?
At the bicycle and saying, you feel they could get away from me, honey? You with me for life.
Yeah.
Harry say he dropped the bike and run for his damn life. He run for his life.
So he forget the
He
clock.
said,
clock.
yeah, he started run like Aisley Crawford now. When he reached home and he pushed the door, he see 3 little children wearing straw hats just like this woman. Three Dwaynes in his house. So therefore, it always pays to be faithful. Not only Uncle Harry, you know, it have my Aunt Harrietta who was unfaithful too. So it's both male and female lesbian faithful.
Harry and Harrietta were unfaithful to each other?
Certainly, because they had 16 children.
Oh, God, oh.
15 was his.
And one was a horn child.
And one was the horn child.
So who was that horn child on the Laja Bless?
That had to be.
He had... Oh, God, this Laja Bless enjoying herself, boy, Cliffus.
She's always in character, in and off stage.
I know that, eh? And Natalie, you're always in character. And look, the teeth, Natalie, how you getting that off your teeth, girl?
I think to clean it.
Yeah, I think to clean it. Show me the one good foot and the one cold foot now. Which with that one is the good one. This one is the cold foot. All right. Yeah, she cold foot green. But I like the hat, Natalie. That could have been part of the handicraft, eh? Yeah, because that is what? Bamboo? The bamboo? Did you make it yourself? Or you bought it? Because we know that one category of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition is handicraft. So, girl, you're displaying folklore, handicraft, everything. Clifford's boy, as usual, you had us entertained. And what I like is your stories always, they are relevant and have a message. So, you know what? When you see the woman, left she be.
Alone.
Leave she alone. So that is Clifford Charles of Are We People Theatrical Horizon, and of course Madam Laja Bless. Madam Laja Bless, I go see you for Carnival, please God, because she's one of our traditional Carnival characters. She loves to play Baby Doll, and this afternoon we heard so much about Baby Doll and Lauren. So Natalie, my darling, thank you. Clifford, thank you so much. Good luck in the short story category. And now we will have a little break.
Just now, before you
go right ahead, Clifford. It's all yours.
I just want to invite Trinidad and Tobago to come to Naparima Bowl on in Napa on the 2nd of August to see our production.
No, that's Sapa, man. Where we have in the folk theater.
South,
but Clifford are no better than you, boy.
Sorry. Sapa South.
Yes, because
we going to do
the folk theater. What's the name?
We're going to do our folk theater, Are We People production entitled Are You Ready for the Truth? I can't say what the truth is, but it is the truth.
But those are the words of a calypso by Lady Adana.
Yes.
Are you ready for the truth?
Yes.
Well, okay, let me just say good luck in your folk theater finals. You have been a finalist on so many occasions, Clifford. Are We People Theatrical?
About 10 times, but they give me 5. That's all right.
Clifford, behave yourself. Officially, the judges say you won it 5 times. But in your mind, you tell yourself you win it 10 times. Well, unfortunately, viewers, we have to go with what the judges said. And if the judges said that he won it 5 times, put it in your minds, ladies and gentlemen, that Are We People Theatrical Horizon won it 5 times with Mr. Clifford Charles. Clifford, you know, I know you used to perform it with his Yangatang. You still perform it Yangatang. Well, we know you are drama, and drama is you. So all the best, Clifford. All the best to Are We People Theatrical Horizon. Yes, Madam Laja, bless you. In character right through. Thank you so much for your performance. Right? Okay, Madam Laja, bless. Hop along. Clifford, show me how your uncle was walking again.
Like and the Laja Bless was going like this. So it was a perfect march in hell. I mean hell, yeah.
Heaven. Thank you, Clifford. Thank you, Madam Laja Bless. All right, we are here at the finals of literature, the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. We celebrate 60 years, and we look forward to another 60 years. And of course, remember our beautiful logo, which looks like a flower We see the leaves, the flaming leaves, that represents the fire of the community spirit among our groups. It goes upwards, and an African head wrap in our national colors. It also doubles as the dupatta for the East Indians. And then to crown it all, at the top, we have a drum, the djembe, and the tassa, symbolic of the East Indian and the African elements. And when you look at it, the whole flower, it represents the beauty of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So every aspect of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition celebrating 60 years, and I am so privileged to be here with you all. Of course, I'm Gemma Jordan, and I have to thank the Best Village officers for having me here. I love working with you all. And so now we're on a break, and our final category this afternoon is going to be Village Chat. We have 5 groups, and remember, they have a minimum of 8 and a maximum of 10 minutes to deal with a topic which is very relevant to what is taking place in our society now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back for Village Chat.
Show them you have it. You master all of the tricks. Chop down flat and make your body split. Tick tock, how are you tick tock? Wine to the bass now. Keep whining your waist now. we shall work it. Yeah. I'm feeling the fire on my clothes. The temperature of me on my toes. You're giving me too much heat, Lord. You're making me want to be yours. Girl, you're too hot and I wanna cool you down. Girl, I wanna cool you down. And to numb you to my start, girl. To numb you to my start. Oh, girl, you're too hot and I wanna cool you down. Girl, I wanna cool you down. And to numb you to my start, girl. To numb you to my start. Oh, God, yeah. Lyrical, yeah. Can me say your body never normal, yeah. Your body feels so magical. Give me the jump start, baby, me need your mechanical. We never fight up yet, but the thing get physical. Your body feels so magical. Girl, you know me love you, summer body. All year round, every season, and you give it to me properly. All night sun, you don't like teasing, yeah. And your body feel righty, and you hold me tighty. You give me something new like every night. Girl, your body are the sweetest kryptonite. I mean, don't care what they say. Give me a bad girl with a little attitude any day. Plan to pass through now, look at me, girl, me just want to stay. And anything you want, me got it. Girl, anything you want, me got it. Girl, anything you want. Your body feels so magical. Give me the jump start, baby, me need your mechanical. We never fight up yet, but the thing get physical. Your body feels so magical. Girl, I say, body wet like the ocean, me and the coast guard. Show up in front your door like me and the postman. Picture no need no filter, they on Instagram. Girl, your body natural every time you post one. You was far from my heart, now you are the close one. Girl, it just goes to show that you are the chosen. Girl, you make me want sing Sister Nancy song. When you move your waistline, me say what a bam bam. And me don't care what they say. Give me a bad girl with a little attitude any day. Plan to pass through now, look at me, girl, we just want to stay. And anything you want, me got it. Girl, anything you want, me got it. Girl, anything you want. Your body feels so magical. Give me the jump start, baby, me need your mechanical. We never fight up yet, but the thing get physical. Your body feels so magical. Girl, I say, your body feels so magical. Give me the jump start, baby, me need your mechanical. We never fight up yet, but the thing get physical. Your body feels so magical. Girl, I say, your body feels so magical. Give me the jump start, baby, me need your mechanical. We never fight up yet, but the thing get physical. Your body feels so magical. Girl, I say.
FBI.
This music so sweet, look what it do.
Look what you do, look what you do. If you play your cards, that could be you.
You moving your ways, speaking your truth.
Hey, speak it, lie. When I show it back, it's back to the roots.
Straight back, yeah.
When last you feel this type of way.
At last we find the remedy.
Long time I miss it, but I made.
So let me give them the rhythm, we get it finally. Come to it. Bingole when we dance. Bingole when we dance. Bingole when we dance.
And we are back inside the Ministry of Sport and Community Development's Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition Folk Presentation Finals. Of course, we're inside the literature finals, and we've wrapped up for poetry, spoken word, and short story, and we're now entering the Village Chat. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Village Chat aims to have communities engage in healthy discussions on current affairs affecting Trinidad and Tobago. And without further ado, we are going to welcome to the stage our first group from the Sawa Cultural Organization. Sawa in the house. And they are going to be having their village chat around the topic, what are some of the reasons you would leave Trinidad and Tobago and migrate to another country? What are some of the reasons that would make you want to stay in Trinidad and Tobago?
What are some of the reasons we would want to leave Trinidad and Tobago, and what are some of the reasons we would want to stay in Trinidad? Personally, I am never leaving Trinidad for no lengthy period of time. I may go on a vacation, but I would not be leaving.
I agree, because me personally, as well, like, why would I want to leave this country? Here, I feel, free to express myself, free to be who I want to be. And looking from the outside, looking away, is like I have to study how I look, how I dress as a young black man, how I speak into the officers, And being in Trinidad, I don't have to keep these things on my mind constantly, So I'd prefer to stay here.
I agree as well, because why would I want to leave my sense of community, my country, my culture, to go out there and face a world where that's how you're talking, what you say? No, I want to be able to come, have a conversation and not be questioned as to we're saying this, that, the other.
Okay, but we are suffering from a lot of people leaving the country. And some of the reasons they may be leaving, probably some of them go for educational purposes, some of them may go for other opportunities.
Well, I agree with that part, because as an entertainer, in Trinidad, you might reach halfway, only up to a certain point, because you'll be recognized. But when you go overseas, it have a wide variety of marketing and a lot of different parts for you to go through. It don't matter what it is, but you could elevate yourself more, right? And you could also represent your country, right, of where you're coming from. So I agree with that part.
And whilst I love being a Trini, and whilst I always do support my country, when you study here and you give so much of your time here, engage in studying, sometimes when you're looking for a job, it's hard to get a job in your field. Sometimes you have to resort to working in a supermarket or something lower down, so there's a lot of brain drain in that regards, and when you go abroad, you might have more opportunities within your field to get you with a job.
Okay, now we do suffer from a brain drain because people go away to study, but why don't they come back? They don't come back because, like you said, it is not the market or the position available for the person. We also go away to study because of the opportunities as far as in Kevon's case, the entertainment industry. But what about the crime? Do you think crime is a factor that causes people to leave our country?
Yeah, it's a serious thing, honestly. These days, the crime getting a lot worse. And I feel like more has to be done to, curb the crime. But for me, I think that crime here, even though it's horrible and really bad, I would say the scale of the crimes in other countries and the scale of the situations that citizens have to deal with in America, for example, on a seriously different level. So I would rather stay here because here looks safer to me than out there, where out there looks scarier. You have to teach your children how to handle a school shooting situation, or, you know, you have to learn how to protect yourself against a bomb threat or a bombing situation, when we never really deal with that here as Trinidadians.
And whilst I also do think we have a crime problem here, if you go other places in the world, you will encounter crime as well. So in that regard, I think that we can try to build our country here, and we can try to see how it is, what we can put in place to help with crime, to help with employment, and all of that. We should stay here too and let our voices be heard so that we can do something about it, so that a lot of people are not just migrating from the country.
Okay. Now, personally, as a Trini, I just say I'm a Trini to the bone marrow. But we have a lot of culture here that you would not find abroad. Our carnival, our steel pan, all our cultural things. When we go abroad, we don't have that. We don't have the sense of communities that we have in Trinidad. So, Joshua, when you go away, you think you could go talk to your neighbor and hail out your neighbor and say, try for me?
No, I don't think so, simply because I feel in Trinidad we have a mentality of being our brother's keeper. We will quicker look out for the neighbor child if they're going astray, and always like it's not the same thing. So I feel as if with the sense of community, that it's better to stay where you are, where people understand you, where you could relate to them, as opposed to going away and facing that difference.
I agree with Michelle, because see me and come live with me, it's two different things. Because being in Trinidad, there is home. There is where we come from, there is roots. But when they see you outside here, you have to fend for yourself most of the time. Because being out there is a different ball game, right? You might be, how should I put it? When you're going and doing your education and thing out there, you have to put your best foot forward. Because any dotishness out there, you're representing your country. No matter what it is, your accent, as everybody outside, they love your accent. But when we out there, it might be paradise, you know, but nothing can be Trinidad, nothing.
I agree too in that regard, in the sense of the togetherness and the community that you will feel here in Trinidad. When you go abroad, you won't necessarily get that. If you can't pull your weight sometimes when you go by people, if you can't pull your weight, that's it. Too bad for you. But we have a greater sense of togetherness here, where if it is something happened to you, you fall on a little hard time or something, you could always depend on your family or your friends to help you in that regard.
And for me too, it's like, I could get up in the morning and call my friends and say, hey, let's go and sweat. And we just go down the road and we have fun and sweat. We don't have to study anything of the sort, you know? And I feel like if I decide I want to go away to study, that lost. And as much as I could make friends, they might not have the same energy or the same vibe that my friends here in Trinidad would have.
Okay. As Trinidadians, we love our country, we love our culture, but as far as the advancements in the world, there's a lot of advancements in technology, information technology, cyber knowledge, and so on. We don't have that opportunity here because we are a society that we are more copycat. We don't create and innovate. So abroad, if you want to expand your mind, expand your thinking, it would be a good idea if you migrate and go to places that excel in cyber technology, IT, information technology, and so on, because we always get it last. And we do not develop we are not a creative or innovative country as far as technology is concerned.
I agree with that. I feel as if when you go away and you expand into that field, it fosters an environment for you to grow in that aspect. But I feel as if sometimes it takes away from the country you come from, because you're not developing where you came from in order to start that trend of innovation.
And as well as it kind of looking at the way the outsider, it kind of takes away from the cultural vibe we have here in Trinidad, because everyone nowadays on the phone or looking towards the laptops and posting on social media and all these things. And I feel like the closer we get advancing technologically, I feel as the further away we would go from the roots and the traditional culture we have here in Trinidad.
So true. But even though, yes, you want to get the technology part up, right? We always have to remember, we culture, we always had to we culture goes far. It goes very far. So no matter what we do, everybody knows Trinidad, right? We can't go nowhere and the wind not know
Okay, in summing up, there are lots of reasons why you would migrate, for example, for educational advancement, for technology, to get in touch with advancements in technology, for job opportunities and so on. But we as Trinidadians, we love our culture and we would like to stay here because of the community and the culture that we have, and we would not find readily available abroad. Thank you all very much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sanwo Cultural Organization. Sanwo South? All right. So we're definitely kicking things off for this section with some rousing discussion and some intense conversation. So for those of you who aren't fully familiar with some of the rules behind the Village Chat, each of the teams, as you would have noticed, are a bit blended. They're supposed to comprise of a mix of 4 primaries and 1 reserve. So
Okay, and this is Village Chat. And we just had, is it Sanwo South Cultural Organization? And your topic was what? The push, what makes you?
What are some of the things why you would leave Trinidad and Tobago, and what are some of the things why you would stay in Trinidad and Tobago?
And I think you should answer that for me. What are some of the things that will make you leave Trinidad and Tobago?
Okay, to summarize our discussion, some of the things that people normally leave for are for educational advances, to show their creativity and innovativeness when it comes to technology. They also leave because of the crime situation. They find it's unsafe here, so they tend to want to go away to some countries where it have a lower crime rate. But in summary, to round it all off, we are Trinidadians and we love the culture of Trinidad and Tobago.
So did you say that some people leave also for betterment, as they tend to say that they have more opportunities?
Yes, we mentioned that as well.
Great.
Because what we did touch on, a lot of the jobs that our young people are trending towards may not be readily available here, and they leave because of those opportunities.
And what are some of the factors that would make you want to stay in our beautiful Twin Island Republic?
As you said, it's a beautiful country. Our culture here, our feeling of community spirit, where you can tell a neighbor, show an eye for me. You cannot do that abroad.
It's true.
Because when you go abroad, nobody knows your neighbor.
Right. So, I mean, I'm glad you all got that topic. I'm sure you did well. Thank you very much. We wish you all the best, Sanwo South Cultural Organization. Thank you so much, everyone. All the best.
Thank you.
What is going on with you, boy? What is you singing there? Yeah. And what's all that? Yeah, because
and the conference. Yes, the conference of heads of government, and they were celebrating the 50th anniversary, and there's all kind of thing was over the news and social media and all of that. So what's this song you singing now?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
That is because CARICOM does not promote unity. We cannot agree on anything.
Man, if you can't beat that, deprive me, I get in a little work, man. So what is the sense about this artist registry and asking me to justify all these other things and pay me permission and get a certificate and I can't get a work?
Just a grandstand and say, look at what CARICOM has done for you. Rally around the West Indies, 50 years strong. Blah, 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 blah.
No, but wait, I hear about that in Caribbean studies, did it? Right?
True.
My exam did it.
As my child.
Check your pot.
Let me hear you now.
Yes, so Caribbean studies.
I know what thing. I learned what is CSM. They have a thing, it's like a free labor and free capital thing, and they could go, and when you register, they could go and work in another Caribbean country.
But that's-
What do you do?
So you telling me this certificate I get from the government of Trinidad is false? I went through the system that asked me everything they asked me for. The amount of thing I got to fill out, I swear to God, ask me the color man.
What do. Right. Yo, what subject you did? That is a subject for what? Say it with me now. CXC, right? Yes. Cape is run by
And CXC is a Caribbean thing. Is a Caribbean thing.
Is that thing? Yes.
So that's unity.
Yes. By CARICOM.
Exactly.
Caribbean Development Bank.
Exactly.
CXC. All these little things. But DCJ. Exactly. And when Bayesian children are writing the exam, and Trinidadian children are flooded out, you know who continues with the exam? You know who loses out? Tell me, please. See, that you do Caribbean studies.
No, but when I was writing CXC, I know himself the school was flooded out. I still write mine.
Oh.
I still write mine.
Also by you the flood.
But you're not united with the rest of the country?
No, I remember she's a country under.
Yes, exactly.
But my thing is that it's 50 years and if we're supposed to be together, why can you not afford a good flight from Trinidad to Jamaica? Why pay over $6,000 and I can go to Miami for $2,000?
Yeah, you know what happened to Liat? It had something called Liat. That's still existing.
Oh gosh, here we go with the answer.
But stay on and not see the unity though. When them countries get hurricane and all the other islands, and you see the countries come together.
Yes, we didn't come
Where
together.
does that unity come from?
Oh, we just help Haiti. We just help Haiti. Does Haiti look helped to you?
You have a point there. You have a point.
But don't forget, when Happy volcano in St. Vincent, it had from all over the island, they send military people.
Because of the unity.
Yes, I was in
created.
yes, I was in Canada and they called me to go.
St. Vincent have like 10 people. That is, we are spending too much money to help St. Vincent. What about Haiti? Haiti have 10 million people.
But how you tell them that this thing only work when you have a problem? Right? That isn't there that every time you have a problem, we send somebody, CARICOM. So happening throughout the year.
No, but you have to think about things. It had things like Kind Festa, bringing together the cultures. It letting us promote our different cultures and them sorts of things. Look, the other day, I know about this group. They went and sing this song, Shop with a butcher knife. Yes, beef and
Even we don't know. Yes.
They went and sing
The song good.
Beef and cane piece
The
and
song
like from
good.
Cayman Islands. How you know about that song? How much you know? How you know about that song? Carrie Festa.
Like from West Village,
No, but you know about it from Carrie Festa.
by singing a song. So Marshall can just go and say, hee-ha! And that is quality.
Yes.
Because he went and sing a song.
Because that is all part of who we are.
But this unity, I have realized, tends to be among the small islands, right? Look at the way Trinidad and Jamaica has been treating each other from federation to now, right? Oh my Lord, the flying fish, oh my Lord.
Is it Tobago? Is it Barbados?
I do think, like I'm trying to sing this thing because I come back to the point of saying this song, and I mean, like, this thing, remember, you guys got this competition, we do it differently for the Caribbean, and I guess that we have people embracing that, but they don't embrace us.
Exactly.
And that is the problem that I have in there. I have a serious problem that I really put my heart and soul out there, and I'm working on my craft there because that's talent, and I want to go out and share and get a job because everything is tight here in Trinidad, and I know the artists we can survive here, right? So, I mean, I hear the voice and things, somebody don't tell me I can't sing, I just try to look for something, but what is happening for me, the man, like I can't sing.
Michael, you tell him
I
that.
can't afford the ticket to reach from point A to B because it's so expensive.
Exactly.
All these things are
And
being
the Caribbean Airlines in Miami.
All these things are being talked about under the new revised treaty.
Yes. I was just reading that.
The thing I wanted to understand, they know what our problems. And they say they solve every problem for 50 years.
Of course, the treaty had to fix something.
They are solving the problems, they are aware of the
And
problems.
let me ask one question. Could you point out specifically which leader that was in that signing going to be around in the next 50 years? I just want to know.
I didn't say we need an extra 50 years, I just said working on it there, where the problem.
But the problem is fixed up to now after 50
But
years.
like politics too, because as soon as somebody you want to get there, they don't necessarily be the same leader. That person might have a friend spending in signals there.
The most important thing is what policies it have in place. It's not the leaders, it's what policies it have in place.
But Miss Lady,
look,
right, Miss Lady,
I can't
if
take this
we
too
cannot
long.
even
Pots.
we cannot even implement the current policies, what about the future policies? We want to have a currency union. How that going to work? Tell me, which Caribbean island going to agree to share the same currency as Trinidad and Tobago or whichever country? Tell me.
But what I'm saying is that if we get for 50 years, we have to do better. We can't just talk the talk, but we have to walk the walk. And if we are walking the walk, don't talk. All I say is talk. All I say is talk talking.
But there's too much talk. It's 50 years
We are
ago.
working on it. We're not saying it's going to be our next 50 years. I just say it.
Don't get on him too hard. So I remember seeing it as well.
This lady about
All right, let's go and check the point and hear what. Mavis, all right, I hear all the points that they're working on it. I'm willing to get them one more year to see if I see change. And if we see no change there, well, I was too bye. That's all I'm saying, yeah? That's what I'm saying, yeah?
No problem. So, hold on.
Yeah.
We go end it on that. Come and eat some.
The golf club, thank you.
Hey, where you cook taking?
Hello.
And it is Village Chat. Just to remind you, they have a minimum of 8 and a maximum of 10 minutes for Village Chat. And we just had this group, Ebery Dodo, and they had a very interesting topic. So hi, Sean, welcome to live stream. What was your topic?
Oh, Lord Father Jesus.
Oh, that was the topic.
50
Lord.
years has CARICOM led to Caribbean unity.
Okay, and we, of course, up till last week, we had the big celebration. So has in your opinion, has CARICOM led to Caribbean unity? What are your thoughts?
We are getting there too slowly for me.
We're getting there.
Apparently, the village chat is still going on.
Yes.
But
So-
we remember coming out of the last conference,
Yeah.
the theme for the next 50 years is really about going strong and holding on. We have really set a foundation for it. We've really set a foundation for it. So we may not be where we want to be, but there are policies in place, and the commitment is there on paper at least for us to get there.
But are you aware of the fact that there are some agencies that are operating at present? Like we have the disaster management, right?
And we have Carifesta, most important for the culture, for the arts. So we have Caribbean Development Bank, we have several different ones. So
Thank you so much.
great job.
All the best, Ebery Dodo. Village Chat. Okay, we go stateside now for our next group.
Financial stuff, right? And I think when they see children with stuff that they cannot afford, they would feel, I want that. And they go feel to steal it or go somewhere, steal the money, go and buy it. And that is how crime can start.
She's so wrong, eh? I say the government.
Well, I see. I have to agree with you. I understand what you're saying. Because some parents grow up their kids they spoil them. They're trying to give them every single thing that they want, and sometimes that's not the way to bring up a child. They have to understand when the parents don't have, they cannot get it. And this actually does cause a lot of, stealing and things that cause crime. I would say homes. Parents, some homes with single parents, sometimes the parents so busy working and the kids, they get the opportunity to go all astray.
I am a single parent and my kids, I have 4 and all of them in line. So I don't know what the rest doing.
Well, not it wouldn't work for everybody, but that is actually a reason also.
Not only that, no, it have playing on your single parent. Remember, if it is as a teenager being the oldest out of the group or being the boy in the group, I would see my mother struggling and I go tell myself, here what? I had to do something, find some way, somehow. I'm too young to get a proper job. Them fellas and them selling the little thing on the corner and my mother had to eat, my family had to eat, so I go running there. It might have things wait as I had to do. Boss man tell me, you had to do that in order to get this little 1,000 or this 2,000, so I go handle the scene quick, get my money, make sure that everything handled according to what it is.
But
sometimes they don't care.
You all have to remember too, the people of Trinidad and Tobago frustrated, because look at how many years we're hearing about public servants, the politicians misappropriating public funds, thieving the money, as we will say, yet still nothing being done, but the laws are not being applied equally. So it may seem like there's a law for Peter and a law for Paul. So people are frustrated when you see people getting away with blatant criminal activity, and then they come in behind me. So the people are frustrated. So we need, even if it's a perception, even if I have to perceive it, I need to know that the laws are being applied equally as it applies from the top to the bottom.
I agree with you. And also our next cause is bullying in school. If somebody constantly coming and physically, mentally abusing me, I'm going to try anyway to stop that problem. So they might join gangs to get this kind of popularity or a rank in the school or wherever it is. So the children and them wouldn't be on them or, abusing them basically.
While we're on the topic of the children as well, for me, over the years, we have lost our unique sense of Caribbeanness, if that's a term. We have tried so hard to implement American systems that not even working for America.
Oh my God, yeah.
So one of the things is we stop present school, be a child best friend. My mother used to say, I is not your friend.
Exactly.
You know, we have give your child privacy, don't go to their bag. We had no privacy home. If you close the door, the door will come off.
Correct.
So we
my daughter get plenty doors.
You know,
Yeah.
we are applying things into society that are not even working for the bigger countries. And we have lost our sense of uniqueness, if that's to say, because we had something that was traditionally Caribbean, that we would bring up our children in a certain way. And because of these outside influences, I think now we're going a bit off. We're seeing the difference now in the criminal activity.
But what all you think we could really do to get the youths and them, you know, off of this crime? I mean, the government ain't working. The government ain't doing nothing. We had to try and pull our youths back together.
Right, so I have to go right back to, well, one, parenting. We need the parenting to buck up on the kids, their kids. They need to.
We could also have like programs in the school to like help children like get better stuff or help the parents, you know, with the financial being.
And bring back corporal punishment. This thing about don't lash my child and don't hit my child. We need to implement that back in school. I get plenty licks. In school.
Yeah.
I didn't turn out bad. Me no gun girl. Me no hot girl.
Yeah.
We also need to return to that sense of family, because we have lost, we don't even know who our neighbors are now. We don't know our aunts, we meet cousins in the same school and we didn't even know that's our cousins. You know, so we need to go back to that village raising a child, because everybody, in my days, of course, over 50, somebody on the street see you and correct you. You can't go home and tell him mother.
Because you get licked.
You know.
Yeah,
because you need to go back to that sense of family and community where everybody was involved in raising the children.
You see, nowadays parents, how it was long time. It was licks for everything. So the new generation will be like, it's not about the licks thing anymore, like we try to understand, but now you don't even have time to try and understand your children because you're working 10 jobs at a time. You're trying to buy a pack of flour, which is $1,000 a bag. You understand your child need clothes, you need clothes. So we need to find some way where it is, if it is, we could get the prices to go down, where it is people don't need to work so many jobs at a time, more implement, let parents at least get time with the kids, to get to know the children, to get to be more involved, that family, that niceness, you know. That is something that we need to get back to. Like you said, we have to get it back because the children and them, the lost, they have nobody to talk to. They tell themselves nobody don't understand me, so they're just going ahead and doing a lot of things to get attention. Sometimes it's attention the children looking for, you know. So we had to find a way. Well, them ain't doing nothing according to you. Government, them ain't doing nothing.
After we finish here, we call in Rowley and let them know what we're saying.
Exactly. We had to do that, yeah.
So I would say once the government could get some more things for young people to do. Yes, we know we have Best Village. We know we have other programs, but we need to get into the children's brain so that we'll try to understand them more and see what they can do and work with them. Because some of them might be weak in English and maths, but they might be strong in mechanic. So, you know, we need to work with them in order to get them out from thinking about, hey, I can't make it in life, and I go and thief, I go and rob. Yeah, we need.
Most of them say they have no book sense.
Yeah, it has other things that they could.
But I don't want us to lose the fact that we can't place all the responsibility on the government, you know. Because government has come, government has go, and we all have a responsibility. There's something called social responsibility, where by 9 years old, children are supposed to know the basics. Please, thank you.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, so we don't want to lose fact that we have a responsibility as well, because the government of the day, they have disappointed us over and over and over. So what can you do? Why are some people succeeding and some people are failing? Why are some people growing up in single-parent households and doing very well? In him studying daddy, don't want to know daddy. But why they doing well and others are failing? So it's not Rowley doing that. It's not Kamla. So we really have to go back to that sense of social responsibility. And because we can't leave it all up to somebody else to define our future.
Yeah. So
here what? Let me to go home and get my house in order.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the Curep Invaders Performing Company. Definitely on the topic of crime and what measures can be taken to curb its escalation. And it's a topic that affects us all. So I am very
This is
pleased to
Village
see
Chat here at the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition, the finals of literature. Remember, they had between 8 and 10 minutes to do their village chat. Their topic was, what are some of the causes of crime and what solutions would you propose to curb its growth? So this is a group from St. George East, Curep Invaders. Ricardo, come and join me, please. And we have Ricardo Roberts from Curep Invaders Performing Company. Your
Good
topic was
afternoon.
crime.
Yes, about crime. What are some of the reasons and what can we do to curb?
So how did you answer that question? What, in your opinion, are some of the causes of crime?
Well, again, bad parenting. Sometimes some of the kids in schools, bullying in schools, and what else? So much topics that we brought up. Poverty, yes.
But most importantly, what were some of your proposals to reduce or to curb the growth of crime?
We need to bring back corporal punishment in school. That's one. We need to also bring, like the old time days, where you're walking down the street and somebody correct you and
yes.
Those type of things.
Okay, so bring back the old time days.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Curep Invaders. All the best in your village chat. Thank you for participating in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. Thank you, Ricardo.
And so what you see in this video is a fight between bishops and Providence outside there on Frederick Street.
God.
That's how we're going on with them parents because how them getting on Sunday in school clothes.
It's the parents and them for not raising them, training them properly.
What a cheap.
But
look at our teacher there.
But when the teacher follow,
Teacher, not saying that the parents' fault. What are you trying to tell me?
But it's outside the school gate they're fighting.
Yeah, but if the child like that home, they're going to be like that in school too. So, what's going on?
Listen, it's the parents' responsibility to raise their children properly. The Bible says, train up a child in the way they should go, for when they are old, they will not part from it. So if you train your children from home, when they go out, they'll know how to behave.
You see the Bible in the school still? They don't know the Bible in the school again. So they start to talk them kind of thing. Let me tell you something. The school and them have a responsibility to ensure discipline, tolerance, and production comes out of those children. Those are our nation's watchwords. You understand what I'm saying?
All is fine though, but that doesn't take away the parents' responsibility for the children. You understand?
I hear you, you know. But nobody taking away the parents' responsibility when they require the teachers to do their jobs. There are literal laws that talk about who are the adults in society that are responsible for children's welfare and care. If the child is within the school and they then under the authority, guidance, and protection of those who are in that school?
Yeah, well, I understand what you're saying, no. But all I'm simply saying is if the parents do their job, it will make the teacher's job a little easier.
I agree with her because, look, I in school, I don't be getting on like them, so I don't be outside fighting and cussing and thing.
But before we go further, some houses or homes don't really have a good family structure. So what used to happen with the discipline that was in the school had a big hand
in curtailing certain children behavior. However, with the advent of no corporal punishment and nothing in place for the corporal punishment, the school weight to control the children's behavior and academic achievement fell some points. So we had that, as you say, they're paying me to teach, as a teacher in school, I am, to teach you how to A and B, also hands up, hands out, HFLE, how to dress, you know. But if we don't have that consequences for actions, a child will do as he please, and then what you do? We can't do nothing. So we had the problem. We had it.
No, but just. I feel your brain on eBay and nobody ain't buying it.
I feel so.
Let me tell you something. You are being paid not to beat people's children. You get like if they're sending my child to school for you to beat them. You have to educate. That is your work. Or they take away licks. But they didn't take away your ability to teach.
Agreed.
But all in not teaching. Look at the secondary schools now. How many percent you see come out and have to go in this summer thing now to learn how to read? How much of them under 40%?
Yeah, I hear you. But
no, wait, don't hear me. I want you listen to. Because right now, what happened in Trinidad and Tobago is we open schools that only accepting 30%ers. You know what we're doing there? We are preparing the country for failures. Set the bar higher.
Well, let's hold our next policy that calls a certain thing. Education for all. See, that policy, it sounds good on paper. Everybody come and have a seat. Sit down. Look, 11 new courses to learn from doing English and maths in school. But you can't read and write. You get 0 in maths, 0 in creative writing, 4 in English, but you come and learn 11 new subjects in Form 1. What a child would do when Spanish AOAR.
Talk to him.
You can't spell the name. My name is Thomas.
But hold on. Hear me.
I say,
You reaching real far.
What do you mean?
So what's supposed to happen in the classroom space? You give all kind of tralala and tralala, but how you can't beat a cane? But that's the only way you know how to discipline somebody. Whatever happened to building relationships with students? Whatever happened to making sure students trust you enough so they could come to you with the problems? Whatever happened to being patient enough so that when a child is struggling, you're actually there to be of service to them? Them things going on the window.
No, but leave here now. Here where the problem start. They start to consider people children don't see. They went to university, learned there are 4 different learning styles, but they teach one. And then they say, hey, Duncy head, go in the corner. When Duncy head sit down, you studying?
Oh, you're giving me a headache.
What I could do here today? What headache?
Oh, you're giving me a headache. But here what's going on. As a parent, my duty is to make sure that my child not in 30%. Because I have a responsibility of assisting my children even when they come home to learn their work, to find what area they're failing in. And if at the end of the day, nothing is happening, I have to go to the teacher and find out what is going on in the school, why my child isn't learning what's going on. So regardless of what's happening in the school, the parents still have a responsibility to their children.
That's
exactly. It's not the teachers.
When you reach up, you see your parents?
Yes.
But you lucky.
Yes. And if
very
I talk to
lucky.
my mother about everything, my mother's be right there for me and she just teach me right from wrong. And when I go into people in school, I know exactly what to do and what not to do.
So you are grandparents too?
Yes.
So there's a structure. We put that same structure in the schools, but because they take away licks, all they throw away the structure.
No, what licks? Forget the licks. If you're teaching music, or you're coaching a football team, or you're teaching somebody to learn a new program, if you don't have discipline, you can't do nothing. So children come to school, we have all the nice syllabus, we have everything. Jerry, sit down in class, please. Stop talking in class, please. So if I can't tell you to behave, to get instruction from me, to learn something from me, that I went to university to teach you to get a better person to be, it's problems.
No, big man.
And that's where the parents come in, as I say.
Exactly.
Discipline comes from where you just sleep at night.
Exactly.
And
Now,
where
mind
just
you,
go when
you was
night
telling
comes.
she about grandparent and mother and so on, but I am a single parent. I raised my child by myself. I didn't have no grandmother and grandfather to help me. And she never fight a day in school because I made it my business. One, I knew all her teachers. I knew all her friends. I had phone number. I made it my business to know her business because her business was my business.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you want them old school mother and them.
But just now,
But have an excuse for everything.
Hear me. She have a real valid point. Because here's the thing, right? Even if you go up on the studies, if you study it, it said the formative years of a child is usually, say, that age group from the time they're born till they're about 6 or so. Half the time, that's before they even start school. And the foundation that the parents give them at the very early ages is what they then come into the school. So don't get me wrong. Some people family wrong. Some people family struggling. And all them kind of thing happening. But it don't necessarily change the fact that it was really supposed to be their job, you know.
Hallelujah.
I hear a teacher on the TV saying, they take away our power and a child says, we time now. So they dress back.
Yo.
Yet these same people are complaining that they're only getting 4%. They should get no percent. Because they have a responsibility for the nation's youth.
All right.
And I started with primary school, because I know you're in primary school.
I secondary.
What class are you in second year? Listen.
Let me conclude. Let me see how we going to conclude this.
My mother calling me.
Let me conclude it.
It's a pail at home on the stove.
Let me conclude
so I have to go right now.
Before you go, let me show you what it is. There's something called PTA. With a strong PTA, your school will have enough of everything to control the child behavior, academic progress, and even their HFL, how they say about themselves. P stands for parents, T for teachers and association. If that don't come together, we will have this dialogue going all the way.
I can agree with that. You need a man home there?
I could agree with that too.
My mother calling me.
And at the end of the day, we're a system, we're a society. We had to come together to raise the children. Say, you know what?
All right, PTA.
Are they making sense? PTA, parents and teachers.
Bonbassa Productions, does the school or parents
And that
bear
was
the
our, we have our
responsibility?
final group in the village chat category, Bonbassa Productions. Come right in, Bonbassa. And I know you all had a very interesting topic as to who bears responsibility for the student's behavior. Is it the teacher or the parent? Let me, a disclaimer one time. As a past teacher, I was not taking responsibility. So now, based on my disclaimer, what was your response? What do you think?
Here's the thing. The fact is, it is a team effort. No one party can do it on their own.
True.
Not every parent has the education level to give their child that piece of information. Not every family is stable. We have to accept that as a community, the goal and the focus is the child. And if that means there are spaces where the school needs to step up because the family can't, it should. There are also situations where the family is doing an excellent job, but they're having trouble with the school and the administration.
But also,
we all have to
we
be
have
willing.
to bear in mind, as you say so, peer pressure. Because the parents at home, you are trying to instill one set of values.
Yes.
Your child now, the friends may be instilling a totally different set of values. And because they want to be accepted by their friends, peer pressure supersedes all that the family is doing.
So at the end of the day, it still really depends on the student and how they were grown up, which we go back to parents, how they were brought up as kids and what they know right from wrong, how they view the world, how they see things. So it's really all teachers, parents, everybody involved.
I think in the end, what we really need, as she was saying just now, is a joint effort. Because the parents are not there all the time, the teachers are not there all the time.
True.
But if we stop fighting each other, because at the end of the day, the child that is in discipline affects all of us.
True,
so
definitely.
we need to come together. PTAs have to fulfill, yes, exist. Not just be a title, but actually be an effective tool in ensuring our nation's youth are not what they are today.
And also, parents, I used to advocate for this, that parents must drop in unexpectedly.
Correct. Because it's a joint effort.
Right? To check their child in school, because if I know my mother is coming today, guess what?
I'm very well behaved. Very well behaved.
But if
and the parents must also respect the teachers enough to allow for that. Because if it's a situation where I know my mommy coming to be the teacher, if I say so, then there is no respect for the teacher. There's no respect for the
Definitely,
parent.
yeah.
But like he said, at the end of the day, we're trying to raise functional, healthy adults. And if that's our goal, then we need to do everything within our united power for that to happen. It's
And
not a war.
It's a
not either or.
team effort. Together, everyone achieves more.
It's literally together
and
we
it's a
aspire,
team
together
effort.
we
So,
achieve.
all right. So you all seem to have been on the right track, Bonbassa. So listen to me. All the best in Village Chat. Thank you for your participation in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. Looking forward to many, many, many more years. Remember, we're celebrating 60 this year, and we're hoping for another 60. Now, I know I will not be around, but some of you all will definitely.
You will be right
What?
here.
You mean I going and create history?
Yes. Give it
All
no
right.
trouble.
All right. Thank you so much. And we really enjoyed having you. And we want to say thank you to our judges, Dr. Richard Braffett, Zaria Pigas, Crystal Fortune, Anil Rupnarain, Ronnie Williams, and Oretta Allen. Those were our judges for our 3 categories today: poetry and spoken word, short story, and village chat. This is the literature finals of the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. I am Gemma Jordan, and it has been a pleasure, viewers, having all of you all view today's activity. Continue to support the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. 60 years and counting. Thank you, viewers.